Georgetown-Scott County Planning Commission, January 14th. For the record, Ms. Mizell is not present. The first thing on the agenda is approval of the December invoices. Need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Solsky. Second by Ms. Holland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Next item is approval of the December 10th, 2015 minutes. Need a motion to approve. Everybody's had time to look at them.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Shirley.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Caldwell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion approved. Approval of the January agenda. I think the one thing I want to do on the agenda is bump up the new business before the old business. Those two applications will
Get them out.
go through pretty quick, so we can get them on out here. Is it okay with everybody? Motion to approve the January agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the January agenda with the corrections that you inserted there.
Motion by Mr. Smith. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Holland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Items for postponement, withdrawal, there's none, is there, Joe? None. And then consent agenda.
We have, I guess the Florida line and the Kingwood are both eligible. I think the Kingwood has some issues that may need to be discussed.
Florida line is eligible. Canewood. You want to hear the Canewood or not?
If the applicant agrees with conditions of approval, we don't have to, but if they want to discuss, you're okay.
Okay. Well, we better hear it then.
Okay. Order line.
Florida line is eligible for consent. Is anyone here in regard to the application of the Santa Barbara Florida line other than the applicant to speak against this application? The Santa Barbara Florida line application. If no one's here against that, we can go ahead and push that one through. So that one is eligible for consent. We'll need a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
I'll make the motion to approve application number FSP 2015-39 to Santa Barbara Florida line, to approve that for consent.
Motion by Ms. Holland. Need a
Second.
Second by Mr. Wiseman. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion approved. All right, like I said, we're gonna move the new business ahead of the old business. I do want to mention one thing before we get started on that, Joe, is on January 26th, we have a comp plan kickoff. This is a public meeting for everybody to come to. Our comp plan update is going on right now. We got a lot of committees going on, trying to get things lined up for our approval of our new comp plan, which dictates how our county is going to be run for several years. If you're interested, it's going to be on January 26th at the extension office, county extension office. Hope to see all y'all there at that one, because we could use some information and some help. So, all right, Joe.
I have some, sorry, Ron.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I have some flyers for the comp plan kickoff meeting. I'm going to pass them around. You just want to take one if you're interested. All right, the first
item up to go over it, first application is the Canewood Unit 2 Townhomes.
Okay. First item on, can you go ahead and ask for?
Rob, do you want me to swear in before we get to that?
Yes, let's go ahead and get everybody sworn in that signed in.
If we could, not just the ones who were going to speak to this application, but everyone who's going to speak to any application. Could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the statements you're to make tonight to whatever application to be the truth to the best of your information and belief?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Charlie. Joe?
All right. This is a request for approval of an amended final development plan for the Keenwood Townhomes Unit 2. This area is the internal area of the Kingwood Townhomes. We do have a final development plan already approved. It was amended a number of times and partially constructed, so the units basically along with golf course views were constructed. And then at some time after that, there was one 5-unit building constructed on the interior, and construction stopped. They were all served by these private roads. The original plan was for 2-car detached garages off the private roads, which essentially functioned like alleys. And then the townhome unit was behind the garage, and then there was kind of this private area between the garages and the townhomes that was just green space, and with sidewalks coming off the alley to serve all the units. The type of unit was changed on the interior. The original approval was to do the same type of unit on the interior. The plan was switched to although still come off the alley with garages, to actually have the front doors on the interior, so along a green space that the units would front towards. Like I said, it sat for a long time. Now we have some interest in it, and we have an application before us to amend that last final development plan to do a new type of unit. It'll no longer be a detached garage. It'll be an attached garage, and it'll be front-facing attached garage. So the unit will face the alleys or the private driveways. It's coming back to you just because, although it did receive final development plan approval, the footprint's changing, which kind of changes the whole layout and affects the overall development in general. And also, we had a few concerns. We just wanted to make sure everything was covered in this development. Since the infrastructure wasn't completed at that time, we want to make sure it's clear who's going to complete the roads and put in any remaining infrastructure that's left to be built. This is the previous final development plan, so the last development plan of record. It included a buffer, a landscape buffer adjoining these commercial lots on Canewood Center Drive. There was also some landscaping around the back and along 460. As you can see, all of the units were to have these 2-car detached garages facing the private roads. But the development plan in place said the developer, this residential area, needs to put in this buffer, this landscape buffer, at the time of development. So that's really the main issue. That and sidewalks that we're concerned with working out at this point. All the lots were platted, so not only do we have a final development plan, there's a final plat already in place. So the lots are platted. This development, this amended request will utilize the existing lots, so they won't have to consolidate or split the lots anymore. They're going to utilize the existing lots that already are platted. This is the development that came later to kind of replat that one building that was built internally. It added these landscape or these pedestrian access easements for sidewalks that would come off the alley or the private drive and basically provide access to the front doors of the units. That was the plan, to do a similar type thing on the rest of these lots, but that never happened. And this is the request that we're reviewing tonight for an amended final development plan. You can see the units will now have driveways in front of attached garages that will come right off the alleyway. I guess our two concerns are that this landscape buffer be finished along with the development as the development is finished up, or be bonded, and it be clear who's going to pay for that and who's going to bond that. So we just want to get that clarified. The other question is the sidewalks. We do have in our subdivision regulations, Article 10, Section 1000 requires pedestrian access, adequate pedestrian access to anywhere where there's going to be pedestrian activity. So those areas commonly used by residents to serve, to get to off-site sidewalks or commercial areas or schools or any other areas where there's going to be a lot of pedestrian activity. So in this development, there's sidewalks along Kingwood Center Drive. There's these commercial lots which should generate some pedestrian activity. There's also a large subdivision golf course, a lot of walking areas. So I would anticipate that there will be a lot of, at least some pedestrian activity generated by these townhomes. And the only way really to get to the existing sidewalks is to walk on the roadway or on the alleyways. There's not a large number of residents here, so there won't be and there's no through traffic, so there's not going to be a whole lot of traffic. But if you think about the big picture, which is really what we try to do, and it's why we're trying to address this now. If you get handicapped residents, you get people with disabilities, you get kids, you get people that are active that want to, walk to these commercial areas. They want to walk throughout the subdivision. Well, they're going to be walking on the alleyways. So our only additional condition that's not standard in our standard conditions of approval is that they provide a sidewalk loop internal to the development to connect these townhomes to Kingwood Center Drive. We talked at workshop a little bit about it. Sidewalks weren't required when the previous final development plan was approved. I think one reason for that was likely, oops, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. There's a delay, sorry. It was likely the design. I mean, because they had these garages that were going to face the alleys, and the sidewalks were really internal. They kind of created this courtyard effect where the individual units had this semi-private space between the garage and the townhome, and then they had the views of the golf course. So I think a lot of the walking would probably be in this this kind of courtyard area. Maybe coming out at the ends and cutting across to areas where there wasn't as much traffic. But the plan for this internal area was to have sidewalks internally, which kind of would have provided a connection, an easy connection internally to the units to get to the road, the public road. So in my opinion, they're a little more necessary now than they were in the past. But I just wanted to bring that issue out there and discuss it to see if we needed to require sidewalks at this point, because if they're not required now, they won't get in, and they'll be the responsibility of the homeowners once they purchase their units at some point down the road, and they'll be very difficult to get easements across lots once they're purchased by multiple property owners. So although we are recommending approval of the final development plan because it's appropriately zoned, it meets all our requirements, with the conditions that a copy of an agreement between the HOA and the purchaser be provided that spells out who's going to pay for the landscape buffer in any unfinished improvements, because there's final surface still needed on the private driveways. We just want to make it clear between the parties who's paying for that, so there's no dispute down the road. And then all the other conditions, and we do have that last condition for sidewalks, which I think the applicant wants to discuss. It may be difficult even now when there's only one property owner. It still may be difficult to get a loop in, so it's kind of problematic to get it in, but I thought we need to address it now if we're going to address it at all. So we are recommending approval with those 11 conditions.
Does anyone have any questions for Joe?
I just have one, Joe. I just want to clarify, the original development plat, it showed no sidewalks that we approved years ago before things slowed down. Is that correct?
Yeah, it showed no publicly used sidewalks.
Yeah.
There were sidewalks internal from the garages to the front doors, but
Okay.
Hey, Joe, can you go back to your satellite view? Like in behind those garages, is that like little parking spots or something, or?
back here,
Yeah, along that road, you see those little concrete areas or blacktop areas that shoot back into that grass area?
yeah, there's shared park. I mean,
Yeah.
our townhome parking requirements are 2.5 spaces per unit. So typically, you need extra guest parking areas, and that's what these are.
What about these down that, down that side?
Yeah, those are these. I think these were that's a guest parking area. That's a guest parking area.
I see
think-
some of them are gonna stay on the plan, but some of them aren't. Is some of them coming out, or?
Yeah, I
Maybe
guess.
the applicant
Yeah,
can
that's
discuss.
another condition I kind of went over in this. Well, I don't know if actually I added it as a condition, but that's something we're going to look at when the final plans come in to make sure that with the new unit footprints, they're showing the driveways, basically single driveways in front of the garages. Well, those aren't necessarily going to align with what's out there, because I think these were pre-constructed for the units that were proposed. So they're going to have to take out some of the blacktop areas.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these, not these guest parking spots, but some of these that were, the roads were put in anticipation of the unit that was previously proposed.
So after they build out, there's still gonna be enough guest parking?
Yes.
And what the
Yeah,
plan
these
shows?
guest parking places will stay.
Okay. That's all I have. Anyone else have a question for Joe?
Joe,
Mr. Wise?
I had a chance to go out there and look at that the other day and kind of walk through that, the paved area now. And I'm not sure I can see much advantage to, I guess you're thinking of putting a sidewalk right beside the current paved area made of concrete. I'm not sure I see too much advantage to that compared to what's there now. So maybe say why you think that would be better.
Well, I mean, I think to have it off the road, have a safe pedestrian pathway or sidewalk or walkway off the main road, where the vehicles are parking and driving, because it'll be, once it's built out, it'll be pretty dense, and just to have a safe off-road pedestrian walkway to get out to the, because there's sidewalks along the road throughout the subdivision along the public road. So to get a safe connection from the townhome area. I mean, you'll have to walk a little bit on the alley no matter what you do, I think. But yeah, that's the reasoning.
Okay.
Anyone else with a question for Joe? Okay, as the applicant. Roy?
Did you mention as needed as a? No,
Well, conditions 7 and 8 are standard conditions on our development plans, but in this case, and they address the infrastructure, that the final stormwater plan will have to be reviewed, calculations that will have to be reviewed, the construction plans will have to be reviewed and approved. Well, all that's been done already. So although Brent hasn't gone up there to check to see if there are any additions or changes that'll be needed, so rather than striking those, if we can add if needed, because those we may or may not need a new set of construction plans if there are any changes. We wouldn't anticipate there being any changes out there because it's already been, all the infrastructure's in, except for the final surface coat on the road in the landscape buffers, but all the stormwater infrastructure should already be in.
So everybody get that change on 7 and 8, condition 7 and 8, if needed.
Do you agree with that, Brent?
Well, excuse me, 7 says if needed. So we need to add if.
Oh, I changed it on the conditions of approval already.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't, that's just not changing the staff report.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any more questions for Joe? Roy?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Rory Cayley with EA Partners. Paul Haddix, the home builder, is here with me as well. We are in agreement with the first 10 conditions as Joe has presented. It's number 11, the addition of a sidewalk is the only one we're here to discuss. This fourth amended development plan is simply to change the unit's footprint. As he was saying, they've all been approved, lots are created, sewers are in, streets are in. At this point, I think 7 or 8 years now it's sat vacant. That unit style and the economy both, it's not going forward anymore. So we have a new builder and he is going to do a more, I guess, traditional unit where you have a garage in front. So in the discussion with the sidewalk, the word sidewalk loop would be very problematic in that a loop would go onto other people's established lots. The 27 that you see are only on the vacant areas. There could not be a loop built or by this developer on other people's property. Construction-wise, the streets are without curb and gutter. This was approved originally and through all the 3 previous amendments, and it has a lot to do with the stormwater management plan. There are swales and there are inlets that are flush with the asphalt now. Any addition of a sidewalk would be difficult in that we couldn't mess up that drainage system. Anything that would be added would probably be flush next to the existing pavement as is, just so that the water continued in the same directions. It made it to the same inlets and the same swales. Let's see, there are 50 built units. We've got 27 more, 77, no through traffic. There's no long stretches where there's going to be high speeds, fairly typical townhome development on a golf course. I believe everything will be at a low speed. You're all gonna know your neighbors, and I just don't feel as though that trying to impose a sidewalk loop or a separate sidewalk, as Joe was saying, not integral to the street at this time would be possible. We're good with the other conditions. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Do you want to have a question for Roy? I got one, Roy. The stormwater runoff he was just talking about, so
Yes.
the lay of the land is already set to where the stormwater runoff is not going to increase because of the buildings and,
The plan was always been designed for all 77 units to be built. His units are not any larger square footage wise than what's already approved, so there won't be more runoff areas or impervious areas. And there are existing inlets now that are at the edge of that pavement that have to be maintained. We can't be adding curbs, can't be adding sidewalks. That would disturb the area flows.
Roy, I got a question.
Mr. Moran.
Is there anything in the homeowners association that stipulates the sidewalks and connecting the loop on the sidewalks in the subdivision?
The platted lots have a access easement, which is for the parking lot, the shared parking spaces, and for the driving lanes, alleyways, as Joe's calling them. There are no easements set up for sidewalks, either within the system or for those ones that you see running between the garages and the units. I can understand the linkage between there for everyone, but it's a fairly narrow space, and it felt a lot more private, like I would have felt as though I was imposing on people's front doors, and there's private space by walking down between those. I guess there's one other thing we talked about Monday, in that this new unit where there's going to be a driveway and a garage set off of that access easement creates a safer situation for pedestrians. As it is now, the existing detached garages are right up on the access easement. As you back out of there, you will not be able to see left or right who's coming. This way you'll have a full open driveway width, 25 feet, without walls impeding your vision, either for the walkers or for the person backing up.
And mainly the reason why I asked that question is item number 4, I didn't want it to conflict with item number 11.
No, the unfinished infrastructure items are final coat of asphalt on the access easement, Mission, the outermost one, Stone Path, Mission Stone Path. That one is paved. Tiburon, the inner loop, that one has not had its final course put on yet because they're not done with the construction. And besides that, the only other object would be the landscaping, and Paul is working with the bank who's got the land now in deciding who's going to install it or bond it. This time of year will probably be a bond so we can get moving.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Roy. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this application? Yes, ma'am. Just come up to the podium. He'll swear you in. And state your name, please, and your address.
Hello.
Mr. Charlie, I'll swear you.
Your name, please?
Bonnie Orthmeyer, Orthmeyer. I live at 143 Stonewall Path.
Do you swear or affirm statements you're about to make to be the truth, the best of your information and belief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question about the parking and
Yes, ma'am.
extra parking. Oh, I'm sorry,
Just-
you guys.
Yeah, try to address up here, please, so we can hear you.
I'm unclear. We do have 2-car garages, and parking is at a premium right now. So I'm not understanding about eliminating some of the extra parking, and I don't understand about garages. Are they 2-car garages? I don't have any information. Are they 2-car garages for people that would have 2 cars? Are they? I have no information.
That's all right. The new units are a 1-car garage with a driveway, which satisfies 2 parking spaces on each lot. Let's see.
It does.
Yes, and then with the shared parking throughout the entire development, there's enough to meet the requirements of the off-street, or of the total parking. The parking areas, you want me to try to show everyone? Or?
If you could, Roy, you could
Just
point her
go
maybe.
Joe. All right. Orange button, okay. These 2 spaces are public, and they will remain. These, I think, 6.
Well, those 2 places
Okay.
aren't paved, and
They
they're
don't
not
have-
full size.
Yeah, they don't have their final course on there, I'm
And
not
then
sure
they're
why.
not full size.
Okay. This, oh, Joe, I did something wrong.
Hey, Roy.
I know.
Roy, could y'all speak into the mic so
Yeah.
people
I'm
can't
sorry.
hear?
Those 2 parking spaces are not full-size parking spaces, and they're not paved. I live beside one of them, and it's only like 6 feet. It's not a parking space. I think it was supposed to be, but it's not now.
Maybe on your property.
It is.
Okay.
It is. That's why I know it is not, they're not completed spaces. They were not dug out regulation size when they should have been. So
I would agree.
parking is an issue.
Yes. Yeah.
And
when we get
1-car
to the-
garages is scary, since it's already a problem. So I just
The
wanted to
aerial view
mention
plan.
that.
Well, okay, yeah, I was going to show you which ones. So you, get the right button, you live over here?
Right
Okay.
there beside what's supposed to be two spaces.
All of those are not shared parking spaces. Those were the slabs for more garages originally. So those, everything on this side here will be replaced.
No. Well, right now, lots of people use those spaces. Lots of people use
Right.
those spaces. So they use them, but you're talking about taking them away.
Yes, anything that was built as a garage pad for the previous unit style will be replaced with a new driveway for the new units.
So so there's 4 spaces at the end here,
Yes. we'll go back.
and there
Those stay, the ones up here stay. These, all around the exterior, everywhere that there are units built, those are recorded lots owned by people. He's not going to go on and change anything with them. This open space inside here, where these pads are set up, and these pads, and these pads, those are the ones that he will be replacing with his own garages and driveways.
are 1-car garages.
Yes,
How many bedrooms?
I don't know.
Three bedrooms.
So likely 2 drivers in each family, like a mother and father, for 3 bedrooms and 1-car garage.
Could we speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry.
I had submitted-
Paul, you state your name, please, Paul.
Paul Patton from the Builder Development. I had submitted the final or proposed building plan to the HOA, the board of the HOA, and the president, and they approved and liked the design. And it showed 1-car garage. So it has been
I'm
presented.
totally surprised by that.
Here's
Totally
the
surprised by
email
that.
from your president.
Well, that's another long story, but totally surprised.
I've got
Because
emails.
one-car garage, 3 bedrooms, and there's already not enough parking.
We're handling the parking on all our units within the garage and
the driveway.
And the driveway.
And the driveway has room for people to turn around, so as small as
Let's,
those
let's try to
as
direct-
small
go
as
through, please.
those spaces are, I'm having a real problem visualizing a garage, a driveway, and enough space for cars, which probably have 2 drivers in the home with 3 bedrooms. That's likely. When the 2-car garages that are there now, we have all kinds of traffic and problems with parking, and especially visitor parking like you're talking about. So I think a whole lot of people in the area would be surprised that it was okay to have a 1-car garage. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. One question real quick for you. That spot she's talking about, where it's supposed to be 2 parking spaces, will y'all take care of paving that or getting that squared away, or?
I think you have to talk to the HOA, that's not on property he's.
Oh, okay, it's not on
Yeah,
your property.
it's
That's not a
split
big deal.
between the 2 units that are there.
Because I see that's a proposed parking in the plan that we have
Yes.
before us.
Yeah, that was part of it, that's, off our site.
Rob, here's something.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Couple of comments.
Yes, sir. Come up, please.
I used to be.
State your name.
My name is George Long. I was on the board of the HOA, but my term expired in November. But I would like to make a couple of comments regarding our concerns. One concern we have is that every resident have something written into their deed that they must be a member of the homeowners association. We have a problem with that right now in that there are 2 owners who are not a part of the homeowners association. We've incurred a lot of legal expense to no avail. So we'd like to make sure that does not happen again, okay? The second thing that's happened to us, when the original builder left the development, he did not do the final coat on the road. Hence, we have had to make a $1,050 assessment on every homeowner out there in order to pave the road. We would like to be sure that there are no issues similar to that, drainage or whatever it might be, that we remain stuck with at the end of the development period here. Does that make sense to you?
Joe, can you address any of that, or?
Excuse me while Joe's getting ready. What's your name, sir?
George Long.
Long, thank you.
I'm sorry, I kind of missed the last part, but the first part is there's a city ordinance that requires them to, any new development to be consistent with the HOA requirements and to join the HOA. So all these lots, new units will be required to be part of the HOA and that's already, the HOA covenants and restrictions are already recorded that include all these lots. So the lots are already part of it, but I mean, any new construction would be part of it as well. The
Our
second
concern was that did not happen in the first initial building process. As a result, we have two homeowners who are not part of the HOA, and we cannot force them to be a part.
Well, I'm getting signals from the back that they can't hear very well, because people speak louder, maybe into the mic.
We were just expressing the concern that in the original development, I think there were 6 people who refused to be a part of the HOA. There are now only 2, but there are 2 who are not a part of the HOA. We don't want that to happen in the new development.
According to city ordinance, that can't happen, right?
According to the new city ordinance, it can't happen, but there's already covenants and restrictions applied to these that, I mean, the whole area was included. This whole new area was added. I checked the covenants and restrictions. All these lots were incorporated into the existing HOA, so.
Well, you might need to bring that back to the lawyer, and maybe there is a way to force those 2 people to be a member of your HOA.
The infrastructure, I didn't catch the.
He's worried about the infrastructure and
The other was a concern about infrastructure, more explicitly the roads. The previous developer left, did not put the final pavement on. Being private roads, we don't have a lot to do with that. But this gentleman wants to make sure, and I'm sure Paul's gonna agree, that he will put the final surface coat on the area that he is gonna be developed, or finished building out. It's already developed, but finished building out.
The homeowner association has taken care of that with special assessments. But if there are
The
similar.
other part, but what we're worried about is the up and coming, correct? To
Yes.
make sure that it's gonna be done.
Yeah, or similar issues such as drainage.
Yeah.
We would not like to have a drainage problem that we have to pay for.
Right.
Okay.
So the HOA, by email from Ms. Oliver, current president, has part of their budget this spring to finish paving of Stonewall Path. And then the only thing would be left would be Tiburon. So I'll either work out a deal with them, whether I do it or we do a special assessment on all my lots that I'm gonna be purchasing along with the existing. I'll try to work that out with the HOA group.
there was
should
some other
answer
lady
that.
that would like to speak.
I didn't sign in, but I did swear in.
Okay. Just state your name when you come up,
I'm doing
please.
this in reverse order. My name is Mary Howard. I'm at 115 Stonewall. And I did not get, I know everybody's been doing all this information with
Can you speak
Jen.
into the mic, please?
I'm sorry. I know everybody's been doing all this information with Jennifer, the head of the HOA, but a lot of this has not been passed along to us as homeowners. And that's an internal issue. I know you don't need to address that. But one of my concerns is sidewalks, because I walk constantly out there. There are a lot of us that walk. With the addition of more units, there are kids that I am constantly worried about at 7 o'clock in the morning. Where that roundabout is, there's a central bus stop there. Those kids walk along that road there to get to that central bus stop. There's going to be, if these are 3-bedroom units, there's most likely going to be a lot more kids going to that central bus stop. Currently it's dark. I'm always on the lookout because there's people that come through and they drop newspapers off and everything else. They're not paying attention to the kids. I've almost gotten hit a couple times. I know it's not an easy thing to do, and even if it can't be everywhere, I just don't want a kid getting hit or anyone else getting hit. So I hope that you guys will be willing to think about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to speak on this application? Does the commission have any more questions for staff or the applicant?
I do. On,
Mr. Smith?
particularly on the overflow parking, I guess there are really only 2 places that I see that, one on Tiburon Path and one on Mission Path. Is it possible those could, and right now there's 6, another 5 spaces, 5 here, 2, 3,
When there's
6
six-
over here.
5
Six
and
more on
5.
the road,
Oh, here- yeah,
two
here's 6.
spots up
Yeah, I
there.
forgot about these 6.
Yeah.
Is it possible those could be increased to 8 or 10? And it looks like there's room for it, I don't know. I've been out there before myself and seen how much parking is outside. I don't know if that's because people aren't using their garages. If people aren't using the garages, they're gonna be forced to use the garage at this point, but I don't know what the issue is beyond that. It's probably been a little bit spoiled with all that excess. There's a lot of overflow parking there now because of those pads that were put in and never used.
Yeah, we would have to look at that storm sewer system running along Mission Path, make sure that we're not covering up any of the inlets or the swales. A lot more easements and manholes along the Tiburon pathway. We can look at doing that as we go forward. Not exactly sure what.
I count 16 spaces right now. If we could get up to 24 would definitely be better than 16, but I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, well, and I don't know what process to go through. We're trying to get this approved, go forward so we can build on the units. Anything that's being added delays that with the infrastructure process. We've got the requirement met. Granted, a lot of people would like more, I understand. If it's something that can be done with building permits as he's going through each one of these units, just something that we don't have to keep coming back through here and taking a lot more time, the delays with it. I guess, Joe, is that a possibility?
I don't know how we can do it with building permit process. Approve it, development plan, construction form.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed if you have issues with not being able to extend it in 2 out of the 3 places. If the 3rd place could accommodate an additional 6 spaces or 8 spaces, that would. I can see there's going to be a need for a lot of overflow parking beyond the driveway and the garage.
But the requirement's been met for the parking already, right? For what they got, the requirement's already been met with what they've got on the
Yeah.
plan.
I think one problem, I don't really know, but I'm just making the statement that they have no driveways now to park in with the 2-car garages, so if they get filled up with stuff,
not used for vehicles and they have to park somewhere and they're parking,
Yeah,
you know,
I suspect that's,
on the empty.
I suspect that's happened. I see a lot of them.
So I don't know what the need will be.
Any other questions, comments?
I think, a good solution to that, I know it'd probably be tough to get done through the HOA, is that, if they have annual meetings or biannual meetings, they could, possibly put an amendment in their HOA rules, which a lot of areas like this have, is you are required to park in your garage. And that would help the existing possibly, if they're full of whatever, that's just a little bit of you're putting an inconvenience on your neighbor for your own convenience. And there are many of these developments, these type of developments in the HOA rules, and it's very strict. You must park in the garage. So, that would help too, if those without driveways, of course. That would help the, parking elsewhere where there's never going to be enough parking within this approved development. If people don't use a little common sense and park in their garages when they can.
Yes, ma'am.
Parking is an issue at Canewood, but that's just an existing. To amend the HOA rules to have, it's a great idea, but I run a horse farm, I have a truck, and I would have to sell my condo because I can't fit my truck in the garage.
Right.
So to amend something to require that, I don't know if that's fair to the current owners.
Well, that would be up to the HOA.
Right,
anyway. That's
but
not,
I'm just
that's
saying-
that's just a
I'm just
suggestion.
saying,
Yeah,
you
that's,
know,
Most
there is
developments like this have that in their HOA
And I
rules.
can see that for a current issue.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other controversies with the parking that I think might end up in some legal issues, but as the ownership of some of those quote-unquote parking places, when you go to the plot maps, some people's plot maps actually say they own the common parking. So when push comes to shove, it might get a little interesting, just so that you guys are aware.
Lori, let me ask you and Mr. Haddock's a question. If we postpone this for a month, do you think you might be able to get together and work and see if maybe you could come up with a better solution? I know as developers, you don't like to do that. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that would not be preferable, to say the least. I guess our only thought was make a condition that we add 4 parking spaces as a minor development plan as he builds out, so that he can get started, and as he's going forward, look at the existing pads that are available, see if we can widen them or stick a new one in somewhere else. Whether or not that can happen as a minor, that way we can move forward now. It's on the record that spaces will be added as we progress, and it lets him get started.
Joe, are you in agreement with that?
That would be a minor parking area, less than 20 spaces is considered a minor. I would only be concerned that the HOA or the residents wouldn't get a chance to be informed on what was happening. That would be the main concern, but if they're notified now, but that would be a minor change.
Well, what I'm looking at is, your end goal is to sell the product. If people aren't going to be happy with the product, and whether it's their neighbors are not happy with it or the person that purchased it, I just think it's probably, I think it's good to think these things ahead.
I agree.
If two spaces is not sufficient, and if 16 overflow spaces is not sufficient, then maybe we need to I know what's happened already. A lot of people have gotten really spoiled on these extra parking spaces that are scattered all around this development. And when they disappear, it's gonna be a little painful.
Charlie, can you shed any light on this? Help us a little bit?
Well, it's made more difficult by the fact that they're in compliance and we're wanting them to do more. That's rather problematic for us. I understand their reluctance if they've got a timetable they want to stick to, too. It may well be that what you might do along the lines that you were discussing a moment ago is to give an additional condition to the approval that they work with staff to add those additional spaces where reasonable. And as far as letting HOA and whatnot, get a couple of contact folks and you can let them know what's being proposed and what's being worked on. That way we get, and I hate to put it quite this way, but even though we may be letting this particular plan out the door a little bit, albeit with a slight condition, these gentlemen are here all the time. They're not going to back up from this thing because they know where they're going to be working, and if we're reasonable, then they're going to see a need to be reasonable too. So I think you could do that because clearly there's some things that have been left undone from earlier, and while it's not exactly correct to lay that on subsequent folks, I think Steve nailed that one too, because they've got to have something that's going to be serviceable, which means they may have to help out a little bit with the problems left from earlier. So I think you could do it that way. They could work them with staff. We wouldn't be holding them up, and we would be meeting the need as best we can meet it.
What'd you agree to, Roy? Maybe up to 4 more parking spaces? Or?
Yeah, I was just picking a number. But add parking spaces as a minor development plan.
Yeah.
4.
Do you want to set a number on it?
We'll try to do
or?
the best we can. I mean, we're, like Steve hit it, I mean, I need a product that will sell. It's not to my advantage not to have a good usable product, functioning product, so.
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna,
if you look around
I'll keep
out
my
there,
eye on it.
yeah, and see
Yeah.
how many vehicles are currently parked.
Sure.
there. I don't know.
Understood.
Somehow we got to balance
Right.
what's there now and what's going to be there a year from now.
I understand, yeah. I'm in agreement.
So work with staff on additional parking to a minor plat change. Does that sound about right, Joe?
Yeah, feature minor amendment to add as many parking spaces as possible.
We still haven't,
Reasonable?
we still haven't addressed the sidewalk issue
Yeah,
either.
the sidewalk is the other issue.
You all feel that the sidewalk is definitely going to be a huge impediment to,
Yeah.
Inside that, all the fire hydrants.
is there a sidewalk anywhere that we, internally,
The
that we
Mission, well, the recently paved area is a little bit wider than the 24, which is the access easement. I mean, but that is running across the top. We were out there measuring the new asphalt. You know, you could stripe something that was, when it was wider. It's the addition of a loop and a standalone sidewalk that's construction-wise problematic.
How about internally,
through the backyard?
There's, from the top row of townhouses to that middle row is about a 5 or 6 foot elevation change. That fourplex that got added of a new style has actually got a retaining wall around it on 2 sides. If there's gonna be anything, I think it would have to be on the right side, just following right along with Mission Path. Integral to that asphalt edge.
But then you got all your drainage issues there, don't you?
That's where the basins are and the swales, yeah.
How wide is the paved area? stone wall path and what it, compared to what it should be? Is that wider than it should be?
Yeah. Joe, hand that pointer. Final surface was put on this area here, and where it is set up to be a 24-foot wide drive lanes by the plans and the plats, and access easement's a little bit wider. We pulled from the garage face to the other edge is 28 feet.
What, instead of putting in a sidewalk, you would just paint the extra area?
Yes.
Colored or
Yeah.
striped or something, so cars would not drive there and it
Yeah.
would address the safety
That
issues.
would be on his
Children.
side, so that would not affect anyone else's property. And it would also be on the side where the driveways are, so there's better visibility.
Joe, what would you
Could
think
agree to
of
that,
that?
if the HOA would allow it.
That's my opinion. I think that's up to the HOA to agree on something like that, because then you're getting into a lot of other stuff.
I think that's where we need to spell out that the HOA and developer need to get together and decide, and look at it closer to it, where the bus stop is gonna be, and the sidewalk, I think, probably needs to be in the, to get those kids to the bus stop and back, and keep them out of the.
I just want
I will re-mention what John said. This has already been approved. He's just got to change on the footprint, right, Joe? I mean,
Yeah.
this plan has already been approved once without sidewalks.
Yeah, but
It's
if
kinda
we
hard to
approve
come in
this without
halfway and-
sidewalks the first time a kid gets hit, I mean, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah,
It needs
I
to
don't
have
think any of us
sidewalks,
would be.
because I agree with the lady. I drive my kid to school at 7 in the morning. It's dark. If I sent him to the bus stop without sidewalks and he gets hit, I'm not a happy camper. No one would be.
No.
Well, there's, and I agree, everybody agrees with that, Mark. There's a couple of different situations here, though, the way it was originally developed. And at this point, the infrastructure is in. Storm sewer's a big thing, you just don't put it in, you know, and Brent can tell us that. With elevation changes done properly, hopefully it is, Brent will know that. And and these are private, uncurbed streets. Okay, can you picture that? Different than a public street. These do not have curbs on them. So it then makes it real difficult to come back later and install sidewalks because of that issue too. It really does. It's almost mission impossible because your elevations are never gonna be right. And then you now have to deal with elevations of your storm sewer inlets, your fire hydrants are already set, those kind of, it's a tough issue. I'm not disagreeing that it could be a safety factor by any means, but I mean, they're already talking about doing more than what they're required to do with the extra parking. I think if they could work out something, if the driveways, the main driveways are wide enough, the practical thing at that point, which is still not gonna be the safest thing in the world, because you see how people drive. The curb's the only thing that keeps them in the street. Without an uncurbed street, they're gonna be over onto the painted part, just like bicycle ways that we
Yep.
have. But at least we would make an attempt to provide a safer environment within that community by doing that, if we've got the width to do it. Which would be the most economical thing to do, and hopefully people would get used to it and see it, you know, this is not to drive on.
That'd be one other question.
That would be my only suggestion.
Mr. Smith?
That's one other question I had too, is some of this overflow parking probably goes back to the lady that stated earlier, she has a 4-door pickup. There may not be a space in this entire complex that would accommodate it. So there may need to be some deeper parking spaces at some point if it's possible. A lot of people drive a big vehicle anymore. All right.
Anybody have any other further comments? No additions, nothing? There's no more comments or anything, will there? Questions? We'll need a
Well, to address this,
motion?
address this sidewalk issue, Joe, would it be all right with you if number 11, instead of saying a sidewalk loop shall be installed, and we'll say a developer and HOA and get together and work that out?
Provide
mean,
a safe pedestrian connection or something.
Yeah, I mean, they may decide that they can't accommodate it, but at least they can make the attempt. I hate to,
Can we impose that on?
The only problem I have with that, Stephen, is that's kind of, in a sense, throwing it in their lap and could create even more of a problem that we'll end up hearing about anyways.
well, it sounds like.
And maybe not.
If the
but,
sidewalk's gonna
you
be
know,
put in though, there's gonna have to be, some give and take, but some of it's gonna be on property that belongs to the HOA.
Exactly, yeah. It's gonna be on, some of it's gonna be on, HOA property if it happened. Quite a bit of it would be.
Well, I think we've got a problem too if we try to impose sidewalks that don't even go on this person's property.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little bit above and beyond.
Yeah.
I think it goes right back to what we said before. He wants a product that's gonna sell.
And if they get together and they work something out, well, that's wonderful. They bring that back, and I can't imagine staff's gonna have a big problem with that. But I think we've got a problem if we impose something that he's got to do on some other private person's property.
To Janet's point earlier, could we postpone this? I know they don't want to hear this, but can we postpone it so maybe they can work something out till next month on the sidewalks or pedestrian
Certainly
right-of-way?
the
'Cause
commission can always do that.
I just don't want where kids don't have a safe place to walk to the bus.
Would that cause major problems a month, to delay it a month? I know you don't want to.
Yes.
But you are agreeable with trying to work with the HOA to come up with a
Absolutely.
sidewalk plan?
I've been working with them for the last 2 months.
All right.
And trying to reach happy mediums that, you know, that we're all happy and have a good product for everyone. I mean, I gotta introduce a good product. I don't wanna sit on
You don't want to sell it?
built, a product that's built and can't sell it.
Right.
I just want to state, I'm a little leery about having a legal requirement to have an HOA weigh in on my client's development.
I was just gonna.
Okay. You know, as you make the requirement, that has to be worked out with a third party, that gets very
I don't know
difficult.
Basically, I guess we'd just be removing number 11, wouldn't we, and just going on faith of the HOA and.
That or postponing for a month and try and work out
Can that be done in a month? If you can.
We ain't getting nowhere right now. I'd like to see a motion come on. Let's get something going.
I'll make a motion, we postpone this so the applicant and the HOA can come to some type of safety concerns and address safety concerns.
And the overflow parking.
I'm sorry?
And the overflow parking.
And the overflow parking. Thanks, Steve.
I'll need a second.
Second.
Who said that?
Frank?
Mr. Wise. Motion by Mr. Solsky to postpone, a second by Mr. Wise. We'll do a roll call, please. Mr. Wiseman? To
Yes.
postpone, a yes would be to postpone. Mr. Wiseman?
Yes.
Mr. Solsky?
Yes.
Mr. Moran?
No.
Mr. Shirley?
No.
Ms. Holland?
Well, I suggested it earlier, but I have concerns. I think that it can be worked out with the staff and with the developer. I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Caldwell?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
It's 4-3, so that motion is denied. So we'll need another motion.
we have enough people in the audience.
Can I ask one, well, go ahead, Stephen, I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna ask if there are enough people in the audience to make sure that the HOA, you feel like the HOA can work on this over the next month?
I would be hesitant to have just two people from the HOA
Well,
say
no,
yes or no.
But I think to John's point is to throw it back to them, we're kind of putting them in a pickle too, both of them, to get along.
We don't want to do
Right,
that.
that's what I'm saying.
It's not fair to
We
them.
cannot
Right,
get
I didn't think it
involved.
was.
Charlie, we cannot get involved in homeowner situations, right?
Well, the only thing we've got before us, we've got a plan that unfortunately everybody says satisfies all of our regulations. So I can't tell you how we're gonna legally say no to them, and we certainly can't say we're gonna hold you until some third party says okay. We can't do any of that. Either they satisfy or they don't. Now, if there are other unforeseen difficulties that, even though they satisfy technically our regs, they're creating problems, we need to deal with that, and we may want, to take some kind of other action. But if we sit here and say they comply, that's pretty much the end of the conversation. And we certainly don't say you comply, however, we're gonna make you have to negotiate with a third party to do even more than what we require. I mean, generally speaking, if our regs don't give us the quality we need, obviously that's up to them to try to figure that out if they need to do more. But we need to change the regs. We don't need then to put him in a position of having to go somewhere and negotiate something that we didn't provide for in the first place.
Can I just say, I agree with that. I do hope that you, and I do understand this has all been platted out. I'm not against the development. I understand that he complies with the regulations. I just hope for future, I mean, I really would like sidewalks. I do worry about the kids. I do worry about the parking. And so, and I understand in the growth of communities that things aren't addressed and things make changes. So hopefully, if you can't address it at this time, hopefully it's something that you can do in the future.
Great.
And one plug on that real
Please,
quick.
please be at this meeting. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all
We
about.
need a lot of input to help us out to get it right this time. Thank you.
Well,
I would know too, I don't think most of us were on, probably when this was approved, I don't think any of us were on here.
no.
We're dealing with.
And I didn't have a vote, so there you
There you
go.
go.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to approve this development plan and with the wording on 6 and 7 if needed.
7 and 8. isn't it?
7 and 8.
7 and 8, I'm sorry, 7 and 8 if needed, and strike number 11.
Excuse me 1 second. You made the change on my copy on number 7 if needed. 8 also needs an if needed because it doesn't have one.
Well, I don't know that we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Legally.
Is it buried in there?
Yeah, it's very.
Can,
Oh, I'm sorry, line 2, there it is, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Perkins, can we legally change number 11 to, we've been talking about the additional parking, that they would agree to work with staff as you develop the final development plan, all the works, that they would work with staff to try to create extra parking, even though they already comply? I mean, how
Well,
can we?
yes, sir, because without getting into too much of a gray area, they agreed to do that as an inducement to your approval. So I think we make that a condition because they agreed, they offered to do that.
But we should make that number 12.
And we make, well, if we're striking 11, we'll make that
Make it
11.
number
Number
11.
11.
With that change to number 11 then, please.
We have a motion by Mr. Shirley. Everybody catch all them changes? I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Holland. A roll call. Mr. Wiseman,
Yes.
Mr. Solsky,
No.
Mr. Moran,
Yes.
Mr. Shirley,
Yes.
Ms. Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell,
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Motion approved.
What are we calling the kind of parking we're talking about working with staff to add. I've heard it called overflow. Is there better words for it than that? What? Okay. Surface? All right.
We need to apologize, didn't think that was gonna go that wrong, did we?
Holy cow.
Holy cat. Holy cat.
That was gonna be straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was.
Hey, Matt, we're gonna take 5 minutes real quick. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. You got this one? Or who?
This application is for a 95-foot monopole cell tower. All right, with a 4-foot lightning arrestor on the top for a total height of 199 feet. The project location is at 570 Crumbaugh Road. It's the zoning district is A1. The project site is roughly 36.5 acres in size, and the project site will sit. The specific tower location will sit near the rear of the property, near Elkhorn Creek. There are no variances or waivers requested with this application. As you can see here on the aerial, here's Crumbaugh Road. This is the parcel where the proposed tower is to be located, and back here with the stars, the approximate location of the proposed tower. The site plan that shows access here off of Crumbaugh, a 30-foot wide access and utility easement running along the western side of the property line, eventually coming back around the tree line and providing access to this leased area. The leased area will be 10,000 square feet. It's a 100 by 100 square. Here's the tower elevation view as submitted by the applicant. I hit the wrong button. Anyways, the topmost antenna area is the antenna area that the applicants will be using. Megan, can you hit the menu button on the projector? Thank you. And then there will be 4 additional antenna sites available for co-location of other carriers, reducing the need for additional towers in the area in the future. As you can see, and we'll see this in other drawings, the applicants are showing the required tree screening on this view. Here's a more detailed site plan of the proposed tower location with the tower in the center. There's space up here for the diesel generator and storage tank for a backup power source to the tower. We're showing the required buffer area around the project site, including all of the required trees spaced at an appropriate distance, as well as an 8-foot chain link fence around the project site.
What's the outer limits of that area there?
In a minute.
The leased area is a 100 by 100 area. It is a square. So, looking at the section of our zoning ordinance that discusses cell towers, it talks about the approval or disapproval has to be based on 3 things: whether or not the plan agrees with the comp plan, whether or not the plan meets the zoning ordinance, and whether or not the plan meets the subregs. So we're going to look at some of those issues here. So the first issue is that monopole cell tower antennas are permitted in any zoning district. So this zoning district of A1, this is a permitted use. The next condition, the cell tower is not proposed to be a lattice and guide tower, so it meets that requirement. The applicant has to provide a statement talking about how they've considered the impact of the tower on neighboring properties and property values. And the applicant has provided a document to staff for the record from an appraisal firm that has done a number of appraisals on how cell towers impact property values, and they found that these cell towers have no negative impact on property values. In addition, the applicant submitted a site selection report which details how the project site was chosen. It shows it has maps of the gap in the service area that exists in this part of the county, and it shows how the proposed tower will address it. It shows the area, a rectangular area that illustrates where a proposed tower would need to be in order to address the service gap. And it discusses how there's currently no tall structures or anything, or any existing towers on which they might co-locate or add an antenna to a water tower or a feature like that. That would allow them to adequately address the service gap. I gave you all a copy of a document that was submitted to me yesterday that talks about, in a little more detail, the site selection process and how they had looked at some existing towers in Scott County and how a lot of those wouldn't, the various reasons why those wouldn't work in addressing this particular service gap. As far as the setback, the zoning ordinance requires that cell towers be set back a minimum of the setback for the zoning district plus 1/2 of the tower's height. So there's this setback area, or the setback for the A1 district is 50 feet. And then the tower height being 199 feet comes to a total of 149.5 feet. And they meet that with lots of room to spare. It's measured that the tower is approximately 282 feet from the nearest property line. The tower is under 200 feet, so there's no variance required as far as the height of the proposed tower. And then, and then the last bullet point there, being constructed in compliance with all current engineering standards, if you will, or what these refer to here. And we have statements from qualified, certified engineers saying that this tower complies with all of those standards. Cell towers can't be illuminated, except unless they meet federal and state requirements. We have a statement from the FAA where the applicant asked if this tower would be required to be lit. It is not required to be lit, and therefore the tower will not have a light on it, which hopefully will not hope it to not impact nearby property owners. And then it has to be surrounded by a fence meeting these conditions, which it is obviously met with an 8-foot high chain link fence. Like I mentioned earlier, they are showing the appropriate amount of trees. The trees will be spaced 10 feet apart. The trees will be 6 feet in height at the time of planting. The proposed access easement will have a 12-foot wide gravel drive to allow vehicle access to the tower site. And lastly, here on this slide, no signage has been proposed for the project site, so there aren't any issues there. So after going through that, those are all the requirements that the zoning ordinance has for cell towers. So obviously the proposed tower meets those requirements. There are no requirements for cell phone towers or wireless communications facilities in the subregs. So it meets those requirements. Leaving that third part, the comprehensive plan for examination. And as we look at the comprehensive plan as it deals with rural land use, the comprehensive plan says that, as we have here, actions taken and decisions made should result in a proper balance between the needs of development associated with community growth and the continuing need to preserve and protect Scott County's rural assets for the benefit of the community as a whole. So that's going to be kind of up to you to decide whether or not this condition has been met, whether or not that balance really has been struck between the needs to meet the needs of development and protecting the rural assets of the community. Just a couple of additional things. KRS 100 prohibits the commission from regulating the placement of towers based on frequency emissions concerns. All of those concerns are are handled by the FCC. That's written in KRS, that's state law. We can't do anything to change that. And then I just wanted to emphasize this part here again. The applicant has provided all of the necessary documents in compliance with KRS 100.98665, which basically spells out in great detail everything that they need to submit to us as far as cell phone applications or cell tower applications. So this is a map that our GIS department came up with. My question for the applicant earlier in the process was to ask, how many parcels would be impacted by this site, or how wide is the range of the cell tower? And the answer that I got was that the tower will have approximately a 2-mile radius. So our GIS department created this map showing that roughly 2,663 parcels in Scott County will be impacted by this cell tower. And by impacted, I mean, the cell phone service should reach at least some portion of those parcels. So it's a larger area than I had thought that it would be in my mind when I first was thinking about this project. In addition to communications with the applicant, we received numerous communications from the public and local property owners. I mentioned a lot of these in the staff report, and we'll get into them here in a little bit, but I wanted to talk about these two comments here in particular, just because in the staff report, at the time the staff report was written, I hadn't received answers to them. But since, in the meantime, these questions have been answered. As I mentioned earlier, the tower will not have lighting unless it is required by the FAA. At this time, the FAA does not require lighting on this tower, so lights will not be installed. And then, as well, the proposed diesel generators and storage tanks will comply with all local, state, and federal requirements as far as design and containment, to minimize any potential environmental impacts it might have, especially with the Elkhorn Creek located nearby. And the noise produced by the generators will be roughly 63 decibels at a distance of 23 feet, which, as I'm told, is roughly speaking volume for normal conversation. So, over the distance of 282 feet between the tower site and the neighboring property owner, the diesel generators, are like that volume is going to dissipate greatly over that distance. So it's unlikely to cause off-site impacts. So what we have here are concerns that were brought to staff from local property owners, whether those be over the phone, in the form of letters, things of that nature. And we'll go through these. So there were several questions as to whether the proposed tower is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. We've already talked a little bit about that, trying to find that balance. But I think it's also important to note that the comprehensive plan doesn't specifically mention cell towers or anything of that nature. It doesn't discuss where appropriate locations might be for these type of structures. So there's not really very much guidance as far as that. We do know that the tower is not proposed to be located in a floodplain or any other type of environmentally sensitive area. I double-checked those, since those are covered by the comprehensive plan. Some neighbors were concerned about the effects of the tower on the scenic view in this part of Scott County. And driving out there, I remember seeing at least one other cell phone tower, from my time out there. Now, granted, that one was further away, and this one will be quite a bit closer to these parcels. But I guess the point is that it's not as though if you go out there today, you wouldn't see any cell towers. There are cell towers that are visible from this project site. Let's see. Oh, and then additionally, as far as the scenic view, and the rural and urban landscapes and natural habitats part of the comprehensive plan. Part of that can kind of be, is also addressed by the landscaping that the applicant is proposing. People had concerns about what this might do to property values. As I've mentioned before, the applicant has provided a document from an appraisal company who has done studies on these types of impacts before, stating that they have not, in any cases that they've studied, seen any decrease in property values associated with cell phone towers. There were some concerns about whether a sufficient effort to co-locate was made. As I mentioned before, they did make an effort to co-locate. It is far cheaper for the applicants to co-locate on a tower than it is to construct a new one. As the documentation that you have, that I provided for you before the meeting also states, they looked into all the existing cell phone towers in the area to see if co-location was a possibility. This third concern isn't really an issue now. At the time that we received these comments, the tower was proposed to be taller than 200 feet. The tower is now proposed to be under 200 feet. So these concerns about towers, proposed towers being over 200 feet isn't really an issue anymore. And then as far as whether the tower would have an adverse impact on the Elkhorn Creek, the tower is outside of the environmentally sensitive areas. It's outside of the floodplain. There is, if you remember from the aerial photo, there are existing trees between the proposed tower location and the creek, as well as other vegetation. That vegetation isn't going anywhere, and in addition to that, there will be new trees planted on the project site. This map here shows the location of letters that staff received in opposition to the proposed cell tower. We have the cell tower location is roughly there where that symbol is, and then all of the dots represent property owners who notified us by mail that they did not want the cell tower to be built. So if the commission grants approval of the application, there are 3 conditions here that staff recommends are attached to that. These are, once again, standard conditions that we include on pretty much every application for a development plan. I will also show you these 2 maps here. These were submitted by a concerned property owner. I just wanted to include them since he asked that I put them in the presentation, and he may want to use them later. But this map shows the location of the tower in relation to the city limits, and then this map shows the location of the tower here with the X, and then all the shaded parcels I believe represent property owners that he'll be representing here at this meeting. But going back to this, these are the conditions that I'm recommending be attached if the commission grants approval of the application.
Does anybody have any questions for Matt? Matt, you did say something about the documentation about the appraisal.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't receive anything on that.
Oh,
as far as us.
I mean, I have it here. I believe the applicant, I think it's in the documents that they're going to provide you in their portion.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions for Matt? We'll get to the public in just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No more questions for Matt. Mr. Wiseman?
This is down in a low area. It seems to me like a tower that's going to cover a wide area should be up on a hill. Is there some reason why it's down along the creek?
I mean, I think the applicant might be able to answer that a little bit better than I could. I mean, it might have to do, I mean, at least to some extent, with not only finding a suitable location in the search area, but possibly also finding landowners who are agreeable.
Any more questions from Matt? Okay. Is the applicant here to speak?
Can we punch up my program and on an idiot-proof basis, can you show me how this works?
Brent, will you turn the air conditioner up?
Just a second, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty idiot.
Jan, it might be the first time it's ever been too cold in here.
All right, let's get back in order. Mr. Pike.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the recorded record, my name's David Pike. I'm a principal with Pike Legal Group, PLLC. With me is another attorney from my firm, the senior associate attorney, Mr. Brown. And it's a pleasure to appear before you again. If I could take just a couple of minutes, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I've got some hearing binders I'd like to hand out. I'd like to make sure Mr. Perkins gets one. Also, Mr. Perkins, I'd like you to retain an additional copy for inclusion in the record. Copies, all these binders are duplicates, and any extra ones we've got, if there are members of the audience who in particular would like to have one, if you'll raise your hand, my able Vanna Whites here will be glad to hand them out as my assistants. All the members of the commission have one. Okay, Matt, I believe you have one. Okay, let's take a second. If there are any other people, please raise your hand. This also addresses your concern on the appraisal report, Mr. Chairman. Okay, are we ready to proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of a rough overview. I've worked very hard to condense the length of time associated with this presentation, but there are some things I have to do legally in connection with it. I need to make sure that I do a good job of reviewing our proposal. I also need, although you have very capable, able, and dare I say seasoned legal counsel, whose opinion you will rely on, it is also important that I take the time necessary to state our position on the law. Because very fundamentally, this zoning case is completely different from every other type of zoning case that you're going to consider. Because there are a whole different set of rules that govern the proceeding regarding what can be considered and what cannot be considered. And it's critical, I think, that I get that out. But we prepared a PowerPoint presentation that I'll be working from. A copy of that presentation is included in your hearing binder if you want to consult it. The first thing I think I need to do is to give a big thank you to Mr. Summers and Ms. Chan for the extensive amount of time that they have spent with us on this application. This is obviously an issue of public concern. They've dealt with lots of issues from the public, but they've also dealt with us a lot as applicants. And I'm particularly grateful to their input fairly early in this process, in which they offered some very good advice to help get us in compliance with your regulations. That's one of the key reasons why the proposal that we have now is radically different than the proposal that we started with. And it was based on that good advice from staff. I think the fact that we have a shorter tower and that we have converted from a self-support tower to a monopole is good for everyone concerned. We're grateful for their input, and we're grateful for their hard work. I'm particularly grateful for Mr. Summers' extremely favorable staff report, and I'm going to spend a couple of more minutes talking about that before I get into the meat of my presentation. Ultimately, all the exhibits required by your local zoning ordinance and the Kentucky Revised Statutes have been tendered, and they are all appropriately verified. All of the local procedural guidelines and the guidelines associated with the Kentucky Revised Statutes have been satisfied. we voluntarily, without request in our initial filings, waived the confidentiality associated with these applications so that everyone could have access to all the materials that we've submitted. It's worth noting that all of the expert reports that you're dealing with were pre-filed. None of that had to be done. We could have just tendered them all at this hearing, but we pre-filed them so the public would have an opportunity to review them in advance, and we waived confidentiality to help make that possible. A copy of this presentation has been filed today. Of course, you have access to binders, and you also have access to the full application materials because your able staff has brought a copy of all that in case there's anything that you need to review. Now, let's see if I can make this work. Hold on, and page down. I'd like to spend a couple of more minutes on Matt's staff report. I want to make sure I've highlighted a few elements. He covered a number of these, but I've pulled some excerpts from the actual written report that I think help lay some critical groundwork, since he is obviously A, an expert, B, impartial, and C, an employee of this planning commission. First, no height variance is required for our proposed height of 199. That, of course, includes the lightning arrestor. Critical difference: by shortening the tower, it now does not have to be lit. Next, if this is compliant with the current building and wind loading standards at the national and state level. Next, important to note, the comprehensive plan does not specifically mention wireless communications facilities or cell towers. If you are looking for an issue to include in your new kickoff, I would suggest that would be a logical one to include going forward. But ultimately, if your task is to determine if we comply with the comp plan, I fail to see how a denial can be issued when cell towers are not even dealt with in the comprehensive plan. The applicant's landscape plan demonstrates compliance with the landscaping requirements and addresses the portion of the comprehensive plan relating to rural and urban landscapes and natural habitats, pulled directly from the staff report. The proposal appears to meet the conditions of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision and development regulations, the only written portion of your requirements that actually deals with cell towers and wireless communications facilities. This tower is not located in the floodplain or any other environmentally sensitive areas as defined by the comprehensive plan. I dare say we will hear otherwise from opponents, but at the end of the day, that is not reflected in the documentation that you took an oath to enforce and to follow as members of this planning commission. Next, there are currently wireless communications facilities visible from this area, so a new facility, while closer to the concerned neighbors, would not be out of character, a finding from your own professional staff member. There are no existing towers or sufficiently tall structures near enough for the applicant to co-locate on that will allow them to address their gap in coverage, from the staff report, page 5. And of course, we were informed, and Matt included in his presentation, the fact that there are over 2,600 parcels that will be directly affected by the improved wireless coverage. Of course, that does not count all the people who live on those parcels, people who are visiting those locations, people who are driving through the area, customers of businesses, and the like. Now, that's I thought some critical excerpts from the staff report that help underscore the nature of the approval process that you're going to be dealing with this evening. Because at the end of the day, this is not about what people want. This is about whether or not we have followed the regulations that this planning commission adopted and that this planning commission is obligated to enforce. Now, at tab A of the hearing binders that we've distributed is a copy of our site plan. A few things to note. Of course, this is a 190-foot monopole tower, not a self-support tower, with a 5-foot lightning arrestor. There are no guy lines associated with this structure or the proposal that we're tendering on behalf of Verizon Wireless and the thousands and thousands of customers that we have in this community. It's engineered as a 5-carrier tower. Now, of course, the reason for that and the reason why you specify in your regulations that you must have a multi-carrier tower, we've gone beyond what you require, is that this tends to reduce the potential for the need to construct other new towers by other carriers in this area. By building this sort of over-strong tower with additional capacity for co-location. What we create is a scenario where that no other tower company can build a tower in this immediate vicinity without exhausting co-location on this tower first. That serves the interest of the community by reducing tower proliferation. It also serves the interest of the community by making it much easier for other carriers to improve their service in this vicinity. Although it is always a pleasure to appear before this planning commission, the next carrier that comes into this area will not have to do that because they can co-locate as a matter of right on this cell tower. Heaven only knows if there was one like it in this area, Verizon would be co-locating instead of appearing here this evening. Now, this site parcel is large, one of the key advantages associated with it. We've cited this so to comply with the setbacks that are established by this planning commission in your own regulations. We've managed to get way beyond what is required under your code. We've managed to get 149.5 is what's required. We've got 282 feet from the nearest property line to the west, 446 feet from the nearest property line to the east. By moving this toward the rear of the property, we managed to maximize the setback from the front of the property, which is where Crumball Road is located. The total that's listed here is 1,886 feet. We're 329 feet from the nearest property line to the north and 344 feet to the nearest residential structure. And again, this site will not be lit under Federal Aviation Administration standards and has already received approval from the Kentucky Airport Zoning Commission. Now, to expand on that need, there were two reports that are included at tab B that have been prepared by our expert radio frequency engineer who is here this evening. As part of those, we have his initial statement, and then just to make sure every I was dotted and every T was crossed, we tendered a supplemental statement as well. What he explains is that there is a significant capacity and coverage gap in this area. It's caused because we don't have enough sites. And in order to fill this, to deal with this problem and to maintain proper spacing from existing sites and to avoid interference with our existing sites, building on the quality core coverage that we have in the city of Georgetown to extend that further into the community, we have to be located within a prescribed search area that I'll show you in a moment. And also it has to be built to a specified elevation within that search area. Now let me underscore at this juncture before I move on, there are no tall structures within that search area of sufficient height for us to co-locate on, period. End of story. Now, this is what our coverage looks like currently, with dark blue being good and light blue being bad. That's what it's going to look like after the fact. That's the goal of this facility, is to dramatically improve the quality of cell phone service and its reliability within this portion of the community. I hope I'll explain at the end of my presentation why it is particularly mission critical in today's day and age that you have high quality wireless coverage that works in building first time, every time. That is always our goal on behalf of our customers in this community. Now, we've worked hard to evaluate all the possible solutions. We've documented examples of coverage deficiency in the area in these expert reports. Moving the site outside of the search area is not a solution and will simply not work. This is the search area that we're dealing with that's included at tab C, all of which, of course, was filed some time ago in connection with this proceeding. Now, we also have tendered a site selection report at tab D. Of course, all of this, again, was also filed some time ago. Obviously, anytime we can co-locate, we do it. As I've indicated, we do not have to go through proceedings like this. It is much less expensive to do it. It is much less time-consuming to do it. The vast majority of new antenna deployments that are done by Verizon Wireless, as the nation's largest provider of wireless communication services, are in fact co-locations. But in some instances, we have no choice but to proceed with new structures like we are this evening. And frankly, it's good planning, it's good business, and of course, we recognize that these are not always universally popular in neighborhoods. If we can avoid constructing new towers, we do it. In this instance, there is no alternative but to proceed. And of course, the nearest FCC registered and constructed tower is over a half-mile outside the search area. By definition, it won't work. The applicants are not required, it's important to note, to rule out all other sites within the search area. That's not a legal requirement. It's also not a practical requirement. We did, however, conduct an extensive search within the area, as was alluded to previously in some discussion among commission members. We have to have a willing landowner. Although we are a licensed utility in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we are part of the new generation of advanced technology utilities that do not have eminent domain or so-called condemnation authority. We have to have someone who wants to do business with us. Now, in analyzing this search area, and I'm sure your staff can back this up, when you plot the available types of zones, it falls into two buckets. There are some residential zones up toward the north of it. We avoided those. Now, we have every right under your zoning code to deploy in those areas, but in terms of hierarchy, if we can avoid residentially zoned property, we try to do it. We can't always, but in this instance, we could, because the entire rest of the search area is agricultural property, A1. Now, that's worth noting because one of the issues might be, have we given you the not just best available alternative, but is there another superior alternative? At the end of the day, every other tract of ground that might be utilized is A1 as well, under these criteria and under these facts. Based on that, from a zoning perspective, there can be no site that is inherently superior to this one, as opposed to any others within the search area. Of course, ultimately, we were able to choose a large tract that would meet all of your setback criteria, achieving significant setbacks such as 344 feet from the nearest residence. We've included a county tower map at tab E that's a projection from FCC registered towers. It documents that the nearest FCC registered tower is over a half-mile outside of the search area. That tower and a number of others, as I'll show you in the next slide, have already been specifically modeled. In order to make sure that there was no misunderstanding and nothing had been missed, we had our radio frequency engineer specifically model all of these towers that are all of the close-by towers. And he got exactly the result as anticipated. Because they are outside of the search area, they will not work. They either interfere with existing sites, or in some cases, we're already on those towers, utilizing them. And they're the next tower that we're trying to integrate with and offload capacity from. Now, we prepared a planning report at tab F. Some of you may know Marshall Slagle. He's a fellow of the American Institute of Certified Planners, one of only 2 or 3, I believe, in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. It's the highest distinction that is awarded by the American Planning Association to AICP members. He has over 35 years of service on the staff of the Northern Kentucky Area Planning Commission. He's analyzed the proposal, your regulations, and your comprehensive plan from beginning to end. And he finds that it's consistent with the requirements of the comp plan and your zoning ordinance. He, of course, also indicates that monopoles are the preferred tower structure, if possible, in areas where the residences are in the vicinity, and that wireless communications technology is the most used communication technology today. He recommends approval of the structure. We've also included at tab G, which is labeled property values in the binder that I've distributed, a previously filed report by Marty Brown. Marty's here as well today. He's a certified appraiser with over 20 years of experience. He's conducted extensive study on the effects of cell tower construction on property values and finds that they do not have a negative effect on the rate of increase in the value of properties. Now, a couple of things to note here. KRS 100-9865-19 requires, this is the so-called uniform application rule that Matt alluded to earlier in terms of the materials that we are obligated to file with you. a statement that we have considered the likely effects of the installation on nearby land uses and values. The statute requires us to consider those referenced factors. The statute does not state that property valuation considerations can constitute a grounds for a disapproval. In fact, ultimately, if that was utilized as a grounds for disapproval, it would by definition, in our opinion, be a prohibition of service, since the same argument would apply to placement anywhere within the search area. So at the end of the day, we satisfy our burden by tendering this report. I think it's also worth noting that the other way in which we have considered the likely effects on nearby land uses and values, and probably the most probative and important example of that, isn't the appraisals report. It's the fact that we turn to the body that has the best knowledge of what this community's requirements are. That's this group of people right here, this planning commission, by following your regulations to the letter. We established the setbacks that you dictate under your zoning code, met all of them. We also lowered the tower height to meet the height requirements so that the tower would not be lit. Vivid and dramatic evidence that we considered and have fully satisfied that requirement under KRS Chapter 100. A number of structural considerations are dealt with at tab H of the hearing binder that we've tendered. There, in addition to, of course, the stamped and sealed tower drawings that I'll talk about shortly, we also have an independent engineer, William Grigsby, who's licensed in the Commonwealth of Kentucky with extensive experience in cell towers, who prepared a report concerning this proposal. He, of course, indicates that it meets and exceeds all state and federal requirements. It's built to withstand winds of at least 90 miles per hour with full ice loading on the tower. He also indicates that in the unlikely event of a failure, the tower is designed to kink, buckle, or collapse on itself rather than fall, so it would bend over to relieve the wind pressure. As a result, it is over-engineered in this instance to what is sometimes referred to by engineers as a 0-foot fall zone, meaning that no portion of the tower would ever strike the ground. With a bit of engineering bravado, he indicates that in the event the structure suffered a direct strike from a tornado, it would be, quote, the last thing standing, close quote. Setbacks, of course, in this instance, it's important to note, are greater than the tower height. So even if you had a concern on that issue and the tower fell, it will fall entirely on our landowner's property where there are no structures within that distance. It's also worth noting that blasting will not be used in the construction of the foundation of this tower. Tower and foundation design drawings are included at tab I. They're stamped and sealed by a registered engineer in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and it ratifies that, in fact, this is a 0-foot fall zone tower. A geotechnical report is included at tab J. It's also stamped and sealed by a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, documenting that we've done a full subsurface analysis, including soil and rock borings, in order to make certain that the foundation which is proposed in this instance will meet all of the necessary structural requirements established at the state and national level. Floodplain information is included at tab K. And of course, and we have our registered engineer, who under his stamp and seal finds that this is not part of the floodplain or a flood hazard area. That same conclusion, of course, is ratified by your staff report, which indicates the tower is not located in the floodplain or any other environmentally sensitive areas as defined by the comprehensive plan. That's pulled from pages 4 and 5 and Matt's earlier presentation. Tower height is dealt with at tab L in connection with this. Now, what we did here was we pulled all the registered FCC registered towers within a 5-mile radius of this location. Now, no one is suggesting that what we're proposing today is a short structure. I am not that bold. But it is important to note that by cell tower standards, it is a short structure. Of the 10 FCC registered towers constructed within a 5-mile radius, all 10 of them are taller than this tower. Let me repeat that. All 10 are taller. The average height of those towers is 283 feet, over 84 feet taller than the proposal that we're making here this evening. Now again, that doesn't mean it's a short structure, but it is significantly shorter than other towers that this Planning Commission has considered and permitted and approved. Now, and of course that map is included at tab L of the binder that I've distributed. As is discussed in the following slides, we're in complete compliance with all your local regulations. Your staff said it, we've said it, but let's take a look at it graphically. Notice we meet all the state requirements, we meet all the local requirements, and we have filed proof of our satisfaction of all that. And I think, and you have all that of record, don't you, Mr. Summers? Okay. We meet all of the documentation regarding the zoning ordinance under section 255 sub F, which is the primary requirements for whether or not we've met our uniform application requirements, as denoted here by green checks. We also meet all of the design standards under section 255 sub J, which is that section of your local zoning code, again as denoted by the green checks that are listed. Oops. Now, although it is fully appropriate for you to rely on the advice of your attorney, it is my job to make sure that I give our view of the law. And I'm going to do that for just a few minutes, if there's no objection, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is different. This is not a popularity contest. This is an exercise in following federal law in large measure. And that is an uncomfortable truth in hearings like this that people do not like to hear. But that doesn't make it any less true. First, let's talk about the federal telecommunications law. We're located in the Sixth Circuit, which every circuit's a little different, but from federal law standards, we are obligated here today to follow what the courts of appeals in the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals say. Applications to construct a facility can be denied only when the denial is based on substantial evidence. Now, that's pulled directly from the United States Code. And frankly, the Sixth Circuit has been very hard on that issue going forward. And by hard, I mean they've insisted on the strictest possible compliance. The locality's own zoning requirements are an example of substantial evidence. Now, what that means is, if we comply with your zoning regulations, at the end of the day, that is the best possible example of full substantial evidence supporting an approval and why a denial cannot be issued. The following items have been specifically found to not be substantial evidence and cannot be considered as such by this Planning Commission. Lay opinion as opposed to expert opinion. Unsupported opinion. Generalized expression of concerns with aesthetics. Claims that the tower is unsightly are generalized expressions of aesthetical concerns. And the same objection could be made by any resident in any area in which a tower is placed and cannot serve as substantial evidence and a reason for a denial in this proceeding. General concerns that the tower is ugly or unwanted near a residence is not sufficient and cannot serve as a basis for a cell tower denial. Because otherwise, anyone who poses a tower in their backyard can claim it would be bad for the community, not aesthetically pleasing, or is otherwise objectionable. The common sense rationale for this under the Telecommunications Act is pretty evident. If that type of argument was allowed before planning commissions, then no cell towers would be built anywhere, because anyone could make the same assertion at any location. That's why it's completely ruled out as a basis for deliberation by this commission going forward. Federal law also, of course, prohibits you from prohibiting an applicant from providing wireless service. If your decisions are done on a basis which effectively makes it impossible for us to deploy wireless communications facilities, then that's in violation of the Federal Telecommunications Act. A prohibition occurs when an application to construct a telecommunications facility is denied even though the applicant proves that a gap in service coverage exists. An inquiry into the feasibility of alternative facilities or site locations has occurred, with our case citation in the Sixth Circuit. And of course, we've satisfied all those requirements with expert testimony. A service gap exists when we present evidence of a significant gap in our own coverage. It's not a question of whether AT&T works in this area or T-Mobile works in this area. It's a question of whether Verizon Wireless has a gap in coverage, because it's our customers that depend on us to provide that coverage. And indeed, our FCC license obligates us to provide that coverage on an ever-improving basis. The Federal Telecommunications Act of 1966 also prohibits local governments from discriminating among functionally equivalent wireless providers. Now, in addition to all of those federal enactments, there are a host of Kentucky revised statutes provisions which make this case different from all others and severely restrict what this commission can consider in its deliberations. Now, of course, one of the key reasons that these state laws were adopted was to come into compliance with the requirements of the, yes, you guessed it, Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996. First, let's note that KRS 100-986 sub 5 prohibits a planning commission from requiring the submission of application materials in addition to those required by KRS 100-986-5. Of course, that's the contents of the uniform application, which it's, I think, uncontroverted that we have satisfied fully based on your staff's report. Now, we've provided in good faith a lot of other information on a lot of other issues that have come up. We did that voluntarily. But at the end of the day, the commission needs to make its decision based on what the statutes afford and cannot compel us to provide additional information beyond that. Nothing in the cell tower specific statutes authorizes a planning commission to require information on how electric and telecommunications utilities serve a cell tower. As mentioned above, KRS 100-986-5 restricts required submissions. There have already been a number of concerns raised by area residents concerning how the telco company will have to make changes in wiring and street and road right-of-ways, on issues regarding how electric utilities will get their lines to this tract of ground for this purpose. Certainly, we've investigated all that and have answers to it. But it's critical to note, more broadly, KRS 100-324 provides in pertinent part, quote, public utilities operating under the jurisdiction of the PSC shall not be required to receive the approval of the planning unit for the location or relocation of any of their service facilities. Put quite simply, how the electric utility chooses to serve that area and how the telco utilities choose to serve that area is expressly excluded from the Planning Commission's jurisdiction. You do not have a right to inquire into it. Now, whether that exemption is a good idea or a bad idea, it's been very, very long standing. Mr. Perkins, since Chapter 100 was adopted, as far as you know?
I believe so.
Yeah. It's been around forever, and it's still here. Those are simply not issues that can be inquired into this evening, because KRS 278-0302 requires that every utility shall furnish adequate, efficient, and reasonable service to all the people who need it within their geographic area. Now, environmental and health concerns, I've addressed that at tab M. Of course, we submitted a memorandum on this issue, as we do in almost all of our cases. This hearing is different as well because there are a variety of federal agencies that have original and exclusive jurisdiction concerning the permitting and operation of cell tower sites. One of the key ones is the Federal Communications Commission. They have the exclusive right to determine what is and what is not an appropriate level of radio emission. At the end of the day, you cannot consider comments and should not entertain, in our judgment, comments dealing with alleged health or radiation or environmental effects associated with radio frequency emissions at this location, as long as we have pledged that we will operate the facility in full compliance with our FCC license, and we have stated that in writing. I'm stating it again right now. Of course, if we did not, it could lead to the forfeiture of our FCC licenses, which are worth billions with a B dollars, something that this company would certainly never risk. And again, of course, your staff also acknowledges that same fact in their staff report, that those are issues which cannot be considered. In KRS Chapter 100, those same provisions are copied virtually verbatim from the Telecommunications Act, codifying them at the state level. Of course, also, this is just one of any number of other federal licenses and approvals we have to receive, because all cell towers have to go through what's referred to as a limited NEPA. That's, of course, the National Environmental Programmatic Agreement. You've seen that probably over and over again on lots of government-sponsored or government-funded activities. We get no government funds, but because we have a federal license, we're required to undertake that same review. So there are other federal agencies that have exclusive review rights, including groups like the Fish and Wildlife Service on environmental issues like protected species that are outside of the realm of your jurisdiction. Now, it's also worth noting that we are also a utility. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're exempt from your regulation. We are subject to your regulation insofar as it is set out in KRS Chapter 100. And that's, of course, why we're here this evening. Under the terms of KRS 100-9872 and 278-010 sub 3, utilities are, wireless communications utilities are utilities under state law. And we are, of course, fully licensed and are registered with the Kentucky Public Service Commission. That same conclusion is ratified by a host of Kentucky laws. It's also worth noting that state courts and legislators have of late expressed a preference for interpreting the definition of utility to include new technologies, things like cable companies, other types of companies that are in the provision of handling communications in a new IP world where, in essence, virtually anyone who's providing digital service can be a communications provider. Now, I'm very close to wrapping up. Try not to applaud. And I told you I'd try to be prompt and quick, and I think I've fulfilled that. Let's take a look at tab N in your binder. Because just as it is an uncomfortable truth for area residents in cell tower hearings to recognize that what we are really doing here is following the edicts of federal law, that it is not a popularity contest, this is also an uncomfortable set of truths. Based on this report from the FCC, the most recent one available, approximately 70% of all emergency calls in this country are placed from wireless phones. Now hold that statistic in mind for a moment and go to tab O. Now, this is the National Health Interview Study that comes out periodically. It's conducted by a consortium of federal agencies dealing with health issues, like the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institute of Health. Based on their analysis, as of June 2015, over 55% of all children in this country now live in households with only a wireless phone. Now you can see where I'm going with this and what the nature of this uncomfortable truth for area opponents is. What we're proposing here tonight and what we are doing as the nation's leading wireless communications carrier isn't something that's convenient, It isn't something that's optional. These are life and death issues. With every passing year, the demands on our wireless systems grow not arithmetically. In some instances, they're growing exponentially. It is all we can do to try to keep up. And at the same time that we are battling to provide the world's best wireless communication services on an ongoing basis, with every passing day, there are fewer landline phones. It's not a question of lower growth, there are fewer phones as people abandon their landline phones in favor of wireless communications. What that means is that we have to establish wireless networks that work in building, providing the best possible coverage, that work all the time, so that when that emergency call is placed, this phone will work first time, every time. It's not just a question of updating Facebook postings. It's not just a question of whether your Twitter feed gets you what Justin Bieber is eating for lunch today. It's a question of life and death issues. And I hope that we kind of refocus ourselves on those statistics. Now, a complete printed version of this PowerPoint presentation is included in your binder at tab P. I have a number of witnesses here with me. They're all listed here, and their credentials are listed as well. Of course, they're all experts in their field. Now, what I would like to do, Mr. Chairman, if you have no direct objection, is I'd like to stipulate that all these people that are listed on the slide here are present, and that they adopt their previously filed reports as their sworn testimony rather than calling them up here to do it. If there's no objection to that, that's what we'll do, and no objections noted by the chairman. I would stipulate those reports as their testimony. I'd also like to introduce all of the filings by the applicant to date, including prior to this hearing, our supplemental filings after our initial filing, and information tendered today, including a sample hearing binder, which we have provided that will be included in the original record, all of the binders being identical in terms of their contents. And of course, the staff report, which is one of the most favorable staff reports I have received in my career, and we were obviously glad to get. We agreed all three of the stipulations that are listed by staff if we are fortunate enough to receive your approval this evening, and have no objection to them being included as binding stipulations in connection with our proposal. To summarize, your staff finds that this proposal meets all the conditions of your zoning ordinance and your subdivision regulations. This proposal is in complete compliance with all federal, state, and local requirements. We placed it here in compliance with the rules that this commission developed and enforces. We take our obligation to try to follow those rules seriously. Witness the fact that after the filing, we paused and developed a totally new tower type and height in order to comply with staff's request to bring us into that level of full compliance. And most importantly, we take our obligation to our customers seriously. And it's not a passing concern. It is the mission of Verizon Wireless to provide that high-quality, reliable communication service that can be counted on first time, every time, a better quality of service than is available anywhere in the world from any other cellular and wireless communication provider. If we receive your approval, we can dramatically improve the quality of service in this area. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate the time. I think hopefully everyone can appreciate it's not easy to get through this quickly.
Well, that was a pretty well prepared presentation, I'll say that. I guess we'll open it up for the commission if anyone has any questions for Mr. Pike. Mr. Wiseman, did you want to bring your question to them?
Yeah, while the tower was low near the river as opposed to up on the hill.
You know, that's one of the common misconceptions, and I can call up the RF engineer, but I'll tell you what he'll say. One of the common misconceptions is that we want to be on high ground to transmit a long distance. That's not the case. That's the case if you're building a radio transmitter for WHAS or WAVE and you want to transmit over long distances. That's not the business we're in. Because ultimately, what we're increasingly doing is building towers to serve smaller and smaller areas. The reason we have to do that is because people are making such incredibly high volume usage of their wireless devices. If we are serving too big of an area, then that tower is overwhelmed by the large number of devices it's seeking to serve. So at the end of the day, the height of the property is not the key issue for us. It's the physical location within the search area, as close to the center of it as possible, so that we can fit in with the existing network to provide a seamless, slightly overlapping web of service and serve the right number of customers high quality.
Thank you.
On that statement, Mr. Pike, we approved a tower and stamping ground for Verizon over a year ago, I think. I don't remember when it was. But on that one, I think we asked the same question, but you guys were asking for a 300-foot tower down there, I think.
It was a taller facility.
Yeah,
yes.
it was a. Why was the one in stamping ground have to be so much taller than the one in this location?
Jaleel, would you like to deal with that? Step on up. State your name. He signed in previously, but.
Yeah, my name is Jaleel Arbobshirani. I'm the RF engineer here. The one we proposed for the stamping ground was that actually this one was denied a couple of times and moved to the area that is you approved, for that location. And the reason that we proposed the higher tower was the length of the area we wanted to cover. And even with that area, we still not covering completely hand in hand with the neighboring sites. Even though it was denied the couple of original proposed for that area. So it is very important as far as the location where we are proposing. And, they told me that if we lower the height, is a better chance for approval. So ultimately, it would be a better decision to have something rather than, have nothing. So that's why I complied with that.
So did I understand right that a taller tower will give you better coverage or not?
Yes, it depends. Very important of the location that we are proposing. Or, in the rural area, we propose taller sites. However, if the signals, especially for the 4G or we call it LTE, if in case it is more than 3 dB, overlap with the neighboring site, it creates interference, so it will damage more rather than benefit us more. So that's very important in order when we do the design, we do a lot of mapping in order to make sure these are carefully selected with the neighboring site that to not to overlap too much, creating interference or whatever. So that's why the search area, it was proposed specifically in order not just the coverage area as well as the capacity of the neighboring sites and the coverage hole that we wanted to achieve under the objective we are proposing. So,
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Sure. Got one more other question. In this proposal, you were saying that the 911 issue is a major concern, and Verizon is very aware of that. To me, if the 911 issue is a major concern, how come there's never been a permit pulled for the one in Stamping Ground?
Strictly budgeting requirements. At the end of the day, we can never be certain that we're going to get approval on one of these. We'd like to think that we will, and we do our very best to develop proposals that'll work. We have to get approvals not only from you, but from other federal agencies, of course, that have their own unique independent jurisdiction that supersedes what you can consider. Like you can't consider FCC, wildlife-related stuff, but you consider zoning. So sites do not get put into the pool to be scheduled for funding until we have all the approvals. And once that job's complete, once those are done, then it gets put in a queue and they get built. But in that instance, there were other approvals that still had to be obtained. The facility will be built, but it hasn't been built yet.
The question I have is, Mr. Arbab Shirani, sorry, I hope I pronounced that right, did his answer not contradict your answer to Mr. Wiseman when he said his 300-foot tower was built a little taller to reach out further?
That is a lower population density area.
Right now.
With, shh, I'm going to count on you to control
Folks,
the audience,
hey,
Mr. Chairman.
Just for, we need to make sure we make our comments up here and not in the audience. When you'll get your turn to speak, then you can come up and make your comments, make your notes, and then you can make your comments to contradict what we're saying up here now.
Okay. No, because that's a lower population density area, serving fewer people with fewer wireless devices. And so by constructing a taller structure, we can cover greater ground and still not max out on the capacity. Here, on the other hand, we have to fill a gap between existing sites that are pretty tightly clustered, as you could see from the radio frequency projections that we gave you, and an overhead view shows there's a lot of people who live in this area, and you saw that from Matt's projections. And of course, we have to build sites where people are in order to be able to serve them.
Does that get your answer?
I mean, the areas that we serve in some cities are down to a matter of blocks based on population density.
Does anybody else have any more questions? I mean, I got plenty, so I can ask on
I
that
will
one.
later on.
I got one more question, Mr. Pike. In the workshop, you said there would be 4 generators at this site, but yet there's
I
place for
misspoke
5.
what I said. I meant to say 4 additional is what I should have
Okay.
said.
So it could
The
be a total of
absolute
5.
maximum for this tower would be 5 total.
Okay. And then I asked you also in the workshop for some kind of decibel level reading or something, maybe?
I filed that with staff, and they kind of dealt with that. The kind of readings are 65 dB at 21 feet away. That's normal conversation, as your staff member indicated. And of course, keep in mind, we're over 280 feet from the closest property line. And of course, all of these will meet all state, federal licensing requirements.
But you did state at the workshop that the generators won't be running at the same time, probably more than likely. You'll try to stage them, or?
We'll be glad to commit that testing of these, which is done periodically for a few minutes to make sure that they're running properly, that it will not be, that we'll only do one at a time.
Thank you.
Because we can time that. Now, of course, in the event of an emergency power outage, then they're all going to be running, and this community wants them all running at that point.
I think I only got one other question. It'll be for staff. So does anybody have any more questions for Mr. Pike?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Joe, can you answer, or maybe even Matt, I don't know, one of you. Are there any other towers already proposed for this area that we don't know about? You don't think so?
I have another one coming up, but it's not in this area.
But do you know of any others that may be proposed in this area? You don't
No,
know?
sir.
Okay. I guess that's all I have for them. I guess now we'll start taking some public comment. What I'd like to do on this public comment is, we're probably going to hear the same response from a lot of people. So if you've heard, if the objection's already been said, maybe just we can hold up our hands and see how many people have the same objection. Try to keep it short, brief if you can. If you do come up and have an objection, let's try to keep this moving right along. I don't want a lot of people sitting in the back hollering out or making a lot of conversation back there. Let's try to keep all the comments up here and keep them directed toward the commission, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I could interject, would it be appropriate to take a very short break so the opposition could organize how they want to proceed on that?
Yes, that's fine with me. Okay. We'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got some candy. Charlie, before we get started with the residents speaking, Mr. Pike stated that basically what this commission can do and cannot do. He's given us a wealth of well-prepared information and explained it to us. My question to you is our legal expertise that we
Me?
depend on. Are you in agreement from the law and legal standpoint? Are you in agreement with what he has told us? There's no way we can study this book in the time we would need.
Yeah, as you all know, many times I've spoken up and disagreed with whomever, whether they be attorneys or otherwise. And that's just not something I've ever hesitated to do. But I've got to say, no, he's accurate on this. These applications, which is why I don't really care for these applications, because I've got to do some studying, because we don't have one, but ever so often. But in preparation for this one, I've spent several hours reading cases, reading the statutes, going back and making sure what the situation is, if any of it's changed. And basically, the cases have fine-tuned it a little bit, but the law hasn't changed. And the things that Mr. Pike said we could not consider, that's true. In fact, several of the quotes came from a case right out of Franklin County. Both of them, I guess, that I spent my most time studying came out of Kentucky. And in fact, one of the judges I went to law school with. So he is correct. The things that we can't take into consideration, what constitutes actual substantive evidence, what does not, those are direct quotes right out of federal case law. So, yes, ma'am. As much as I hate to say it, David is accurate on the law on this thing, very accurate. In fact, his notes and the notes I took while going through my study, I mean, they're dead on.
Okay, we're ready.
And that's just because I hate to tell him he's right, but no, that is the law.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll start with our public comment. First, I did have somebody ask if they could speak first.
He is the one.
Okay, all righty. State
Hi.
your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name's Curtis Woodson. I live out on 121 Glen Creek Drive, and I've been here in Scott County for the last 25 years with my wife and 2 boys. I'm going to hand out a map to you all that was in Matt's presentation, just so you know what I'm speaking about.
Here, just hand it to us. I'll pass it down for you.
No, thank you.
Oh, careful.
Maybe I shouldn't drink them beers right here. You wouldn't want to. All right, again, I'm Curtis Woodson. I live out in Glen Creek. In early October, we noticed a sign near the tobacco barn at the entrance of Mr. Burke's farm with an option to lease the land from Mr. Burke, who does not reside near the proposed site. The companies of PI Telecom and Verizon Wireless were intending to pursue construction of a telecommunications facility, and after noticing the sign, we've been since drinking from a fire hose of information in order to prepare ourselves for tonight's public hearing. To be certain, we have to become very familiar with several new topics in a very short period of time, so I'd like to share some of this with you all. To begin with, we've had the fortunate opportunity to speak and meet with the planning staff, and we've met numerous hours poring over the information they and their co-workers have meticulously maintained. In doing so, we've come to understand the difficulty endured and the immense burden of responsibility borne by this commission. To average citizens like us, it seems like an insurmountable task to help oversee and steer all the development that helps support the county's rapid growth. It seems especially difficult since it is necessary that you take into consideration the broad diversity of needs and desires that have been expressed by our county's residents. Having understandably spent most of our time inside the confines of our own property, now we've met neighbors who we've been passing for years. Together, as if seeing the community with new eyes, we've each come more fully to appreciate and understand the uniqueness of the peninsula we collectively occupy, cultivate, and nurture. It is prime farmland in the shape of a gnarled hand with some of the richest soil in the state. It is almost completely surrounded by the north branch of the Elkhorn Creek. It is bounded on the west by a natural ridge that parallels Crumball Pike and extends south and southwest toward the interstate, with an ancient ridge itself which has been carved by the once broad Elkhorn. This area is bound on the east by a winding stretch of Newtown Pike, which offers several unexpected and breathtaking glimpses of this slum-burning Elkhorn. It is bounded on the north by a scenic and open stretch of US 460 with stone fences and stately barns on a short approach past the Miller's Run Historic District, and is bounded on the south by the picturesque Lemons Mill Road, which also with its stone fences and historically significant farms and homes like the Leather Lemon House on Julianne Bloomfield's farm and the Dove Roving Horse Farm, and the home of Mr. Rogers and Bettina Quarles, whose son is our new state ag commissioner. It's a relatively small area, but with an illusion of vastness. When traveling on the winding and rolling roads that are an integral part of this unique area, it feels like each of the boundaries and locations I've mentioned are distinct, isolated, and far from each other. However, you will instead find that one location can often be easily seen from the other once you become familiar with the terrain. Having reacquainted ourselves with our neighbors and the land that we almost started taking for granted, we then immersed ourselves in a thorough and thoughtful pages of our comprehensive plan, a document painstakingly composed by our county citizens with the help and guidance from the county's professional planning staff, a document that was approved and adopted by your predecessors on this commission. We're all fortunate to have within this document a list of the things that are important and dear to the entire community of Scott County. We're also fortunate to have within this document a carefully worded description of how we wish to achieve and maintain a balance between the protection of these cherished things and the pursuit of healthy development that is so necessary for our livelihoods and our cultural growth. We have come through the exhaustive and voluminous application itself, which is packed with not only required information, but also extraneous material meant to persuade reviewers of an apparent dire need for us to tolerate construction of a cell tower that will be erected within the boundaries of one of our county's most prized scenic and historic landscapes. The application is written in an uncompromising tone, claiming the tower must be of a specific type and that the tower must be constructed at a very specific height and the tower must be within a very limited area. These attempts at persuasion appear to even border on intimidation, trying to induce irrational fear of an immediate need for increased safety and security, and by demanding a perceived right to take and use the precious portion of our county in order to increase the profits of two like-minded corporations. We have studied and learned about several of our county's development ordinances and regulations, including the Scott County zoning ordinance and the subdivision and development regulations. Not surprisingly, we have completely familiarized ourselves with Section 2.55 of the zoning ordinance, a section specifically dealing with development of telecommunication facilities. While studying the regulations in our comprehensive plan, we have come to fully understand the technical concerns and issues of an investment return which must be those of the developer, while the concerns for the aesthetics, location, and community impact must rest solely with the residents and public servants of the county. With regards to growth and development in our county, We have come to understand that all of these concerns must be given equal consideration in order to determine and achieve a necessary balance. The needs of the entire county and its residents are equally as important as those of an individual landowner and the corporate developer. Regarding our study of the telecommunications facilities ourselves, the first thing we learned is the real meaning of the term telecommunications facility. It consists of an imposing tall tower made of industrial-grade steel and wire, poking almost 200 feet above one of the highest locations within this peninsula of the Elkhorn Creek. The proposed telecommunications facility is a monolithic cell tower. It is a structure that will be as tall as a typical 20-story office building. It is to be placed on a prominent bank of the Elkhorn within a peninsula that is effectively a nature preserve in the middle of land that has been designated as a proposed rural historic planning area within our own comprehensive plan. The tower is stacked with at least one and potentially 5 antenna arrays that will protrude horizontally outward on all sides. This array of antennas will collectively occupy 50 of the tallest feet on the tower, the top 5 stories of an equivalently tall office building. The tower itself is an immense, colossal structure in its own right, but the addition of these arrays will serve to further exaggerate the imposing and obstructive view of the tower. The tower will be surrounded by an 8-foot tall, 98 by 98 foot chain link fence. There will likely be barbed wire entry deterrent on top of the fence. There will be a backup electrical power provided by diesel fuel generators, likely one for each cell company leasing this space on the tower, and each of these needs to be periodically started and tested. This, as we've learned, is the true meaning of the term telecommunications facility. It is an imposing tower that will be on a prominent bank of the Elkhorn Creek. It will be in the middle of our proposed rural historic planning area and will become the dominant feature in this area that is presently pristine and uncluttered by such industrial development. Thank you. And I would now like to introduce Dr. Ruth Rolls.
I live at 621 Crumbow Road, just so you have the address. Even though this is our neighborhood's first encounter with tower companies, we understand that this commission has dealt with these types of applications in the past. And it may even be possible that you or someone you know have been directly contacted by tower companies. So we, like you, have learned that these lease agreements can be quite lucrative to the lucky landowner. It's like winning the lottery. The landowner receives the financial benefit without the risk of any capital investment. All details and expenses relating to local applications, tower construction, and tower maintenance are handled by the tower company. With regards to the telecommunication industry and how it does business, we have learned that there is a difference between the cell companies that provide carrier services and the infrastructure companies that specialize in tower ownership and land leasing. This has helped us understand why there are multiple applicants on this single request for development. Even though it is the Verizon name that we recognize and to which we are therefore expected to give the greatest consideration, it is the PI Telecom Company that will be the lessee of Mr. Burke's property and the owner of the tower. And as I mentioned, it may likely have seemed to the property owner that he had won the lottery when the tower company's offer was initially received. But it is somewhat unfortunate for some property owners that, as we have learned, lease terms are often being accepted as they are initially offered. This sometimes occurs because landowners are usually unaware of the true market value of their leases. As a result, it is the tower companies themselves that may benefit the most when a new lease is signed. This may even be an incentive for a tower company to favor one site over another, even when technical reasons may dictate otherwise. It is only at the time of lease renewal, when professional advice is sometimes sought, and then the landowners can sometimes negotiate for more equitable compensation. But this will not be possible for Mr. Burke and his family. This is because they have signed, without possibly knowing the true consequences, an agreement that allows a tower company to automatically renew every 5 years for up to 25 years total, an automatic renewal which will be at the exact same terms and conditions that are in effect during the very first year of the agreement. In addition to benefiting from poorly negotiated first-time leases, we've also learned that there are significant monetary advantages for a partnership of companies like those on the application to build a new tower. A tower asset with a favorable land lease agreement represents a lucrative, though somewhat speculative, potential for attracting additional income. This cash could come from other cell companies who might be interested in leasing space on the new tower. This potential for income, when compared to the less desirable expense of renting space on an existing tower, may be the main reason why required co-location attempts often seem to be evasively ignored by applicants. Although Verizon, which is a co-applicant for this development, does not actually own the tower, it nevertheless benefits from its own leasing agreement with PI Telecom. As the initial and primary lessee, Verizon likely negotiated very favorable terms that may include free rental once other interested carriers co-locate. Also, leasing rather than owning provides valuable flexibility to Verizon Wireless, allowing it to more easily abandon or move its services elsewhere should the anticipated demand never materialize or perhaps decline in the future. However, unlike the agreement with Mr. Burke, the specific details of the agreement between PI Telecom and Verizon cannot actually be confirmed. This is because current regulations do not require disclosure of that agreement. As a result, we cannot even be certain who's ultimately financing the construction of the tower, PI Telecom from Florida or Verizon from New Jersey. We have learned also that there are other types of towers besides the lattice self-supporting structure that was initially proposed, and the monopole that has been hastily offered in response to our early opposition. These other tower types include those that are named stealth towers, which are intended to blend in with their surroundings and thus be less noticeable in locations which are particularly sensitive. We have learned that there's a difference between optimal cell coverage and acceptable cell coverage, and we've learned that acceptable coverage can be achieved in multiple ways. For example, tower height can be adjusted, transmission power can be modulated, and the number of utilized towers can be varied. This means that it's even possible to achieve similar acceptable coverage by using a combination of antennas co-located on an existing tower along with antennas located on a new tower at a nearby location, a new tower that could more easily blend in with the character of the surrounding properties. And finally, we have learned about the deep meaning and wisdom instilled in our community's slogan, where tradition and progress meet. It's a simple sentence, but it eloquently and succinctly summarizes the entire content and intentions of our comprehensive plan. It's a sentence that comes to mind when you are bicycling, walking, or jogging past the high vantage point near Mr. Frank Persley's home, for it is from here that we see this thriving, vibrant city of Georgetown, just beyond the open, uncluttered fields, and just beyond the meandering Elkhorn that is at the city's edge. This view and the recollection it evokes of our slogan, where tradition and progress meet, is also seen from numerous other locations within this peninsula of the Elkhorn. It can be seen in front of Mr. Highlander's farm as you enter Crumbow from Lemon's Mill, and another glimpse is encountered as you pass the home of Bonnie Muse near Mount Mellick, the former Kentuckiana farm with the immaculate, restored, and historic Matthew Florney house. After you emerge from a protective shading canopy of trees in front of Mr. Burke's property, you again can see the juxtaposition of our flourishing city just over the majestic ridge that has been cut by the Elkhorn. This is where tradition and progress meet, right before you descend to cross the Elkhorn, where an outcropping of limestone soars from the creek's edge to the top of that majestic ridge. These views, each evoking a recollection of our slogan, where tradition and progress meet, are not one-way views. The lively, energetic locations in Georgetown that we see from these serene, contemplative spots on Crumbow are complemented by views that remind us that we are close to the countryside where a quieter and slower pace can be enjoyed, and remind us of a not too distant past from which our families may have grown. Our community slogan is where tradition and progress meet. Our community slogan is not where tradition and progress mix, merge, overlap, and become indistinguishable. Okay, now I'd like to introduce our third speaker, another member of our committee, Chris Irwin.
Just 1 second. Ms. Holland would like to make a
I'd
comment.
just like to clarify something that the first speaker said in regards to having barbed wire fence or some sharp. That is prohibited. That's in the staff report, that nothing sharp can be used on top of the chain link fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's in the staff report. So I just wanted to clarify that barbed wire cannot be used.
I'd like to just clarify that. My name is Tim Tillotson. Live on Crumball Road. The regulation says you cannot use a barbed wire fence. It does not say you cannot use a barbed wire deterrent on the top. The plan shows that they are using a chain link fence. They do not show a barbed wire deterrent, but they have not specifically stated that one would not be used.
Okay, we'll let Mr. He can address that when he
does his rebuttal. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Irwin. I live at 103 Glen Creek Road. So Dr. Rolls mentioned that leasing one's property to a tower company is somewhat like winning the lottery. However, this is not entirely accurate. When an individual wins the lottery, it's not necessary to force one's neighbors to unwillingly relinquish anything of value. But in this case, with the proposed construction of the cell tower, our entire county is being asked to sacrifice many things of great value. We're being asked to tolerate construction of an industrial structure in close proximity to our nationally registered historic homes and districts. We are being asked to lay aside our hopes of protecting and enhancing one of our proposed rural historic planning areas. We are being asked to accept a likely decrease in the value of our property. We are being asked to sacrifice our aspirations of creating scenic byways near our major urban areas. And we're being asked to compromise and potentially jeopardize a pristine, environmentally sensitive area within our creek conservation corridor. These required concessions therefore bring us to the reason for this public hearing, an important part of our county's process for determining whether there is necessary balance between what would be sacrificed and what might be gained. In early October, our initial reaction to the proposed construction was utter shock and disbelief. The possibility of such industrial-looking development in an area of the country with such priceless, natural, and carefully nurtured beauty seemed obviously absurd and totally insane. Our initial shock and disbelief quickly grew into outright panic. This panic intensified as we imagined the gravity of such a mistake. The mistake of trading many of our county's most scenic and cherished assets for an additional bar of signal strength on the cell phone of some Verizon customer passing through our county while on the interstate. To prevent such a mistake, we knew it was necessary to turn our panic into resolve. We had to somehow find a way to persuade the authorities not to allow such a travesty. So we made phone calls, met members of our planning staff, studied regulations, and we found a precisely worded detailed plan. A detailed plan of how our county wishes to evolve and prosper. Our initial panic was now slowly transforming into understanding and relief. We were starting to understand the true purpose of our planning and zoning commissioners, and they were not the dreaded authorities. Instead, we came to understand that you are public servants, you are representatives and our neighbors. And it is the residents of this county, you, me, and all of us here, we are the actual authorities when it comes to matters of growth and development in our county. It is together that we decide what development is best of the best interest of our county. And we do this by using the detailed plan, the one we call our comprehensive plan. It is that detailed plan which we jointly composed. It is that detailed plan that guides us in making our decisions about proposed development in our county. It is with great relief that we came to fully understand a grave mistake could have been avoided. We did not need to persuade or coax our commissioners into doing something they did not want to do. We do not need to talk to our commissioners into something that was not in the best interest of all Scott County residents. Instead, we only needed to remind you, our commissioners, of the decisions that have already been made, decisions to preserve, protect, and improve things which we have clearly and unambiguously identified as being precious and dear to our entire county. In hindsight, we now see that our initial panic may not have been necessary, for there is a process to help make sure inappropriate development does not occur. And this public hearing is an important part of that process. Committee member Tim Tillotson will now list the specific reasons why you may legally challenge or to choose to deny this application. Any single one of these reasons would be grounds for denial, but collectively this list of legitimate reasons provides overwhelming justification for denial. Thank you.
As I said earlier, my name's Tim Tillotson. I was a little concerned about the length of the material I was going to present, but Mr. Pike set quite a precedent for me, and I assure you it will not be that long. Let's see. I want to give you a different point of view first before I begin of something that was mentioned in the staff report on Monday. And let's see, I want to let you know first that I live about a half mile from the proposed site. And you've heard that more than once, that magic number of 1/2 mile. And you're going to hear that a few more times in my presentation. That second bullet in the workshop packet that the staff gave you, the alternate point of view, on page 5, there was a statement that suggested that the tower constructed in our community might be okay because other towers are visible. But that doesn't seem like a reasonable conclusion, especially since all towers, tall towers, by their very nature, have a very noticeable effect on their surroundings and over vast distances. Within our community, we can also see the Toyota plant. We can see tall signs on the interstate. We can see warehouses near the bypass. We can see lights from the college football stadium, and we can see industrial structures in the quarry. But none of those, including this tower, would be appropriate development within our community. So to state that just because we can see something, that it belongs in our area, is not exactly the way it should be thought about. Okay, let's see. Move my speech away. All right. To begin with, I'd like to describe those subsections of the zoning ordinance with which the applicant may not be in compliance, although he claims otherwise, and those subsections which grant you the authority to deny this application. In subsection A, it's stated that one purpose of the regulation is to, quote, and Mr. Pike mentioned this, allow for telecommunication facilities with the intention of furthering public health, safety, and welfare. However, because of deregulation of the telecommunications industry in the early 80s and 90s, you should consider that the main intention of building this tower may not be to further public health, safety, and welfare. Rather, it may be to further increase the profits and competitiveness of the applicants. This possibility is obvious, but strongly suggested by paragraph 34 of the lease agreement in Exhibit G of the application. For it is here the applicant requires
that no other competing cell towers be hosted by Mr. Burke on any property he might own in a 5-mile radius of this proposed tower site. This is an effort to sub-regulate facilities in our county. And in theory, this restriction would apply regardless of any current or future needs our county might have to actually improve health, safety, and welfare. We also have to wonder about a restricted area that is a whole 5 miles in radius, especially since conflicting information has been presented, that being that the towers supposedly only have an effective communication radius of 2 miles. As additional evidence that our health, safety, and welfare are not the primary concerns of these tower developers, I'd like to point out this rather obvious, though unlikely noticed reality. Having seen and received the exact same notifications made available to us, what you do not see in front of you is a large contingent of citizens clamoring for approval of this tower. Other than the applicant's representative, there may not even be a single individual present who's requesting that you approve this tower in order to help improve their health, safety, and welfare, or their unacceptable Verizon cell phone service. There's one final indication that furthering health, safety, and welfare may not be a legitimate purpose for this proposed development, and I have a supporting handout to help me demonstrate. If you don't mind, if you could take one and just pass it down. Hi, this is all of the information I'll be presenting today, everyone, so I don't have to come back to it each time. And Mr. Perkins, these are copies of everything I'll be using.
Thank you.
The first page of the handout is the coverage plot that's provided in Exhibit O of the application and in the updated radio frequency report. This plot and the applicant's supporting text indicates that there is a woeful deficiency of service to the east and to the southeast of Georgetown. However, if you'll take a look on page 2 and 3 of your application, this is from Verizon's own online coverage locator tool that indicates that these exact same areas have full coverage, sufficient enough to attract the confidence and trust of new customers. One or both of these indications, the online indicator or the plot in the radio frequency port, has to either be wrong or misleading. Continuing with those sections of the zoning ordinance, which grant you the authority to deny the application. Subsection D allows this application to be denied if the commission does not, quote, ascertain agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. This proposed development is definitely and obviously not in agreement with our comprehensive plan. And I'll momentarily list numerous entries within our plan that clearly show this is the case. Although wireless communication facilities are not specifically mentioned, there is enough information in our plan for us to interpolate the intent. It doesn't mention racetracks. It doesn't mention dog tracks. There are several things that aren't mentioned, but we can tell what is appropriate and inappropriate development by guidelines given in our plan. Subsection F6 of the regulation requires that the land lease agreement be provided as part of the application. It also mentions that portion of the agreement that relates to abandonment and dismantling of the facility, and both of these have been provided by the applicant. However, for the following reasons, the plans that are described in the lease agreement may not be acceptable to this commission, considering how close the tower is to the Elkhorn. The first reason, PI Telecom has only agreed to removal, quote, to the extent required by law. But we are unaware of any laws that would require them to remove portions of the facility if it were abandoned. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, we just couldn't find anything. Reason number 2, In the case where PI Telecom does actually perform removable after possible abandonment, it is only agreed to remove the above-ground portions of the facility. And this does not include the substantial foundations nor the surface material that's used within the fenced compound. And the final reason why the abandonment plan may not be acceptable, in the case where PI Telecom does perform removal, the lease states that PI Telecom, quote, will not be responsible for replacement of any trees, shrubs, or other vegetation that they remove during construction or during destruction and dismantling. There could be a big, wide open, erosion-prone area left. Continuing with these sections of the regulation with which the applicant may not be in compliance, subsections F19, 20, and 21 compel the applicants to provide information that would help this commission determine whether the community's need for a tower would balance our need for concessions and sacrifices that we have to make. However, much of the requested information, if earnestly sought and provided, could hinder the applicant's goal of receiving approval. It's therefore somewhat understandable when some of the provided information seems inadequate or incomplete. For example, Section F19, as Mr. Pikes previously mentioned, requires, quote, a statement that the applicant has considered the likely effects of the installation on nearby land uses, values, and has concluded there's no more suitable location. So, to be in compliance with this section of the regulation, the applicants initially did just that. They provided only a statement that said, we have considered the likely effects of the installation on the proposed facility and nearby land uses and values and concluded there's no more suitable location. In this case, the requirement had technically been satisfied, but the sincerity and adequacy of the information was understandably a matter of interpretation, especially since, prior to submission, the applicants chose not to consult with the planning staff on the appropriateness and likely effects of this development by scheduling a pre-application conference, which is recommended in subsection B of the regulation. And although in support of their obligatory statement, the applicant did eventually provide a written, biased opinion from a paid consultant, it was provided only after our committee expressed written concerns to your staff. In contrast with those portions of subsection F19 that allow for a broad interpretation, there are also three very specific requirements that cannot be misinterpreted. The first requirement is for the applicant to provide, quote, documentation of actual attempts to locate antennas and related facilities on an existing structure. The second requirement is for the applicant to provide, quote, a statement indicating that the applicant actually attempted to locate on a tower designed to host multiple wireless service providers. And the third requirement is for the applicant to provide supporting radio frequency analysis of the coverage that might result from co-locating on that tower. None of this required documentation has been provided by the applicants. Within the application, in step 3 of their Exhibit N, they claim that such omission is justified since there is no existing towers within the applicant's own, and I must emphasize this, their own self-chosen search area. But this strategy of evasion is not a legal substitute for the documentation that's required by that section of the regulation. And this is especially the case because omission, contrary to the applicant's claims, is likely not justified. And it may be unjustified because the applicant's self-chosen search area may not be wholly driven by technical needs. It has perhaps even been intentionally designed to exclude existing towers. This possibility is strongly suggested by the following facts, which can be more easily explained with the help of a handout, which I prepared. This looks similar, but it's different. Thank you, sir. On a two-dimensional map, radio waves emanate from a tower in basically a circular pattern. Step 2 of the application, shown on the first page of your handout, is from a report that's likely based on a template used in other tower applications. Step 2 of the report mistakenly retains the heading Search Ring. This is thought to be an oversight when the template was edited for reuse with our Georgetown East application. We think it's an oversight because the search area for this application is a rectangle. And that's shown on page 2 of your handout, which is from Exhibit N of the application. But the search area depicted on a similar application in a different area of our state, called the Carter Hollow application, it is a complete circle. It's fully 5,000 feet in diameter, a full mile. That's equivalent to 450 acres, and it's 10% larger than the rectangle used to define the search area within our community. On the 4th page of your handout, you can see that this Carter Hollow application is received by the Kentucky Public Service Commission on August of 2015, and it was submitted by these same applicants, using Mr. Pike as their attorney, and all of this is listed. All of these applicants and attorney are also on our Georgetown East application. The unexplained difference in the size and shape of these self-chosen search areas make it unjustified to neglect, omit the required documentation of co-location attempts on nearby towers. In step 5 of Exhibit O in the application, Mr. Mulholland's farm was identified as a potential site for location of the proposed tower. So I'd like to provide you with a handout that shows the location of Mr. Mulholland's farm in relation to the proposed tower site and a nearby existing tower. If you were to take a 5,000 foot in diameter search area like that used in the Carter Hollow application, and you approximately centered that on Mr. Mulholland's farm, you would likely allow for antenna placement in many locations that would adequately cover the gap that's shown in Exhibit O. However, a circular search pattern approximately centered on Mr. Mulholland's property would also encompass existing tower number 10, which is shown on Exhibit L of the application and marked in the lower left-hand corner of your handout. Further, actual selection of Mr. Mulholland's property as the proposed site, as was considered by the applicant, would also make tower number 10's closeness much too obvious during site inspection by your staff. This is because existing Tower 10 is in clear view from and in very close proximity to all locations on Mr. Mulholland's farm. The fact that Mr. Mulholland's property was even considered as a potential tower site, and with it being so close to the existing Tower number 10, makes it unjustified for this applicant to ignore the possibility of locating on Tower number 10. Another reason why omission of co-location is unjustified. Tower 10 is claimed to be unacceptable because, as stated in Step 3 of the application in Exhibit O, because it is a half mile outside the applicant's self-chosen area. This, however, like Tower number 10, there are also portions of Mr. and Mrs. Settle's property shown on the lower right side of your first page. Those areas are also a half mile outside the applicant's chosen area, and the Settles property, like Mr. Mulholland's, was also listed as a potential tower site in the application. But even more troubling than that magic half mile that keeps coming up is the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Settle's entire parcel, a listed candidate for the applicant's tower site, that entire parcel is outside the boundaries of the self-chosen search area. A search area which is shown clearly on Exhibit N of the application. You can tell that the Settles property is outside that search area because it is drawn completely north of Pursley Lane. Mr. Settles' property happens to be completely south. All of it is south of Pursley Lane. Mr. Settles' property is completely outside the self-chosen search area. It's therefore unjustified to avoid co-location on Tower 10 simply by claiming it's outside of a self-chosen search area when other property also outside the search area was considered as a potential site. The final reason why neglecting to provide co-location documentation is unjustified. The search area provided on page 2 of your handout is, as I've mentioned, from Application Exhibit N. It's also shown on page 6 of the radio frequency report, which is included on page 3 of your handout. In addition to showing the self-chosen search area, this map is also used in the radio frequency report to show the exact location of the tower on which the engineer has based his analysis. The tower's proposed location has been conspicuously highlighted by the applicant with the image of a yellow pushpin, which you can see on the handout, and its coordinates have even been intentionally displayed. It is this exact location, as stated on page 6 of the report, where a new facility must be located to close a growing service capacity gap. And it's this exact location, as again stated on page 6, that, quote, Verizon engineers have worked hard to identify as the optimum location. But if you look closely at page 2 and 3 of your handout and compare the location of the proposed tower site to the parcel map on page 1, you can see that the tower site referenced in the radio frequency report is not on Mr. Burke's property. It's on Mr. and Mrs. Thornton's property. Again, that's nearly that magic number of 1/2 mile away from the currently proposed site on Mr. Burke's property. And consequently, the resulting coverage, ideal coverage that's shown on page 7 of the report and page 4 of your handout, the ideal coverage that we are told is so necessary, this coverage is based on a tower location that is not the same as that is being proposed in the Georgetown East application. All of these facts lead us to consider the possibility that the applicant's self-chosen search area was formulated or adjusted after the lease was signed for Mr. Burke's property. A lease with such favorable terms to the applicant that it is likely the main reason why his property was elevated to the status of a preferred site. These facts also invalidate the reliability and applicability of the radio frequency report and the site selection process. And this therefore makes it clearly unjustified for the applicant to skip the required co-location attempts and to omit the required co-location documentation that's mandated by the regulation. So, before proceeding to our explanation of why this development is not in agreement with the comprehensive plan, I'd like to emphasize that Section K2 of the regulation allows this commission to expressly deny an application should the applicants refuse or be unwilling to attempt co-location on any site that you suggest that they go look at. I'd now like to describe the reasons why this development is so obviously in disagreement with our comprehensive plan. Within the rural land use element, which you've heard about a few times this evening, as stated in this element of the plan, the fundamental guiding principle is to strike a balance between the development that supports community growth and our ongoing need to protect and preserve rural and historical assets that benefit the residents of the entire county, not just our community. Section 1, Goal 5 in this element calls for programs to protect environmentally sensitive areas like the site proposed for tower construction. Goal 6 in the element calls for plans that protect the scenic and historic character of areas like the Elkhorn Peninsula within which the proposed tower would be constructed. In the economic element of our comprehensive plan, subsection 6 in the recommended objectives and strategies section identifies, quote, rural, scenic, and historic character of Scott County is a significant asset that can be used to sustain and expand tourist opportunities. This reminds us of events such as the Horsey 100 bike race, which consistently chooses routes within this peninsula of the Elkhorn, including routes on Crumball, Lemons Mill, and Johnson's Mill roads, simply because of the area's scenic and historic beauty. Subsection 6.4, similar to Goal 6 in the rural element, specifically calls for preservation and protection of the scenic and historic character that helps attract these tourist events. With regards to the historical resource element of our comprehensive plan, two of the most significant conflicts with this proposed tower are clearly documented within the maps that accompany the historic resource element. And I'd like to provide you with a copy of those maps. These are directly from our comprehensive plan. Map number 2 on page 1 of the handout shows that the nationally registered Miller's Run Rural Historic District would be a mere 3,500 feet northeast of the proposed tower site. The Lanes Run District would also be at a similar distance to the northwest. These are 2 of only 3 of our historic districts in the entire county. At this short distance, perched on a steep bank of the Elkhorn, unlike Mr. Wiseman mentioned, it is not at a low spot, it is at a high spot. There is a 80-foot drop in that wooded area down to the creek. It is on a steeply sloped bank, next to a steeply sloped bank. It is one of the tallest areas in the county. At this short distance, perched on a steep bank of the Elkhorn, the proposed cell tower would become a conspicuous and distracting feature, unavoidably interfering with the historic character and setting of both these historic landscapes. Map 4 shows that the site of the proposed tower is within a prized portion of our proposed rural historic planning area. This is on page 2 of your handout. This is in our comprehensive plan. We have ideas for this area. We want to exploit this area. We want to take advantage of it. The entire area is a proposed historic planning area. Placement of the proposed tower at one of this area's highest elevations would likely jeopardize many future plans for enhancing, protecting, and showcasing the area's historic significance. Subsection A of the Historical Resource Elements Summary section states that, quote, we Scott Countyans place great value on historic resources and feel that they are important to the character of the community. Subsection A of the summary also states that Scott County's historic buildings and landscapes face many threats, including changes to a building's historic setting. There is little doubt that this proposed cell tower would irreparably alter the setting of all historic properties and homes in the vicinity of the proposed site, including the nationally registered John Andrew Miller House within the Miller's Run Historic District, the nationally registered Matthew Flournoy House near Crumball Road on the former Kentuckiana Farm, and the nationally registered Leather or Lemon House off of Lemons Mill Road. Subsection B2 of the summary equates the value of our county's historic resources with both that of our economic resources and our natural environmental resources. Subsection B4 of the summary, similar to other supporting information found in subsection B2, specifically identifies scenic roadways along with traditional barns and outbuildings as being a key aspect of the historic character embodied directly by our historic districts and homes. With this context in mind, it becomes ironic to note that many of the most majestic and stately barns, traditional outbuildings, and scenic roadways are all in direct view from the proposed site of this industrial tower, and several are even located directly on the same property. I'd like to move to the environmental element. I have a handout for that section that begins with page 15 and 16 of the element that gives a definition of what an environmentally sensitive area is. This is in contradiction with what the staff recommended or recognized. The first 2 pages of the handout are copied directly from the environmental element. They give the unambiguous definition of an environmentally sensitive area in capital letters as it relates to our creek conservation corridors. In particular, the definition stipulates that the riparian habitat is included as a sensitive area within the corridor, and it also stipulates that steep creek bluffs and banks are also included. Page 3 shows all of our creek conservation corridors, including that portion of the Elkhorn Creek's north branch that would be affected by this proposed tower. The drawing on page 4 of your handout is from a widely accepted and often quoted publication provided by the United States Department of Agriculture. Its source is shown on page 5. This drawing is provided so you can see a depiction of the well-defined and generally accepted areas around a creek which comprise a riparian habitat. So, being on a prominent bank of the North Elkhorn, the proposed location of the Georgetown East Towers within an area designated as a creek conservation corridor on map 4 of our environmental element. More specifically, the tower is planned to be constructed in a riparian runoff control zone. It also infringes on the top edge of a steeply sloping bluff that hosts an undisturbed forest in what is commonly referred to as Zone 1 of the same riparian habitat. These features of the proposed development site, therefore, by definition, make it an environmentally sensitive area, as described on page 15 and 16 of our environmental element. And I've highlighted those sections that say riparian habitat is included, steeply sloping bluffs are included. This paragraph on environmentally sensitive resources explains that such areas are, quote, natural and cultural characteristics of the land that have value to Scott County and need special treatment to protect that value. The paragraph concludes by expressing a desire of, quote, keeping the beauty of the countryside closely accessible to the city. Section 3 in the environmental element, subsection A7, outlines our county's desire to specifically identify and protect areas like that found within the boundaries of this Elkhorn Peninsula. This is particularly evident from the subsection's closing statement that, quote, some features are so valued that they can be readily identified, such as stone fences or views of the Elkhorn from major roads, views which would be compromised if this tower is constructed. Subsection C8 is provided to further elaborate on this desire to inventory and protect scenic assets. This includes extensive details which make it unmistakable that the plan is referring to areas like that found along Crumbaugh, Lemons Mill, and Johnson's Mill roads, scenic areas that would be irreparably spoiled by the presence of a conspicuous cell tower. Section 3, subsection C-5.3, bullet number 3 in the environmental element specifically recommends that, quote, development should not occur within creek conservation corridors except where it is compatible with the recreational, scenic, and natural qualities of the creek. Section 3, subsection C-5.4 and subsection C-8 both provide impassioned pleas to, quote, protect the scenic quality of the creeks as elements that define the rural and urban character of Scott County. Section 1200, subsection G, and Article 12 of the Subdivision and Development Regulations, a section undoubtedly influenced by the comprehensive plan, requires that it be disclosed within any preliminary development plan whenever there is an intention to develop in an environmentally sensitive area. However, since the applicants were not aware of the sensitivity of their proposed site, this required disclosure was not provided in the site development section of the application. As a further consequence of not recognizing the sensitivity of the chosen site, the applicants also did not plan or describe any required protective measures. These measures should have at least included an erosion control plan and a means to handle the additional runoff that will result from removal of trees and vegetation. Trees and vegetation which will be replaced with an exposed access road, an exposed parking area, an exposed turnaround area, and 9,600 square feet of additionally exposed ground within the fenced facility itself. Section 1205, subsection A1, again in Article 12 of our development regulations, requires that a durable paved surface be used in environmentally sensitive areas when hazardous materials are present. Paragraph 24 of the lease agreement in Exhibit G implies that hazardous material may be present, and the detailed site plan within the December 22nd update showing a proposed diesel generator with additional generators for each co-locating antenna makes it unmistakable that hazardous material will be present, and it doesn't matter what sort of container it's in. It's hazardous material. It's transported. It has to be refueled. There's the potential for spills, just like at the facility last month that was going to do rental. They went through all sorts of trouble to make sure that gasoline did not get in our water supply, and they're right next to the creek with this application. The site development plan only shows the planned use of gravel, not a durable paved surface. And such a durable paved surface would need to cover that portion of the access road, parking area, and turnaround area immediately in front of the fenced facility, since all of these are areas where hazardous material might be present. With regards to our latest update to the comprehensive plan, one that we're getting ready to replace, our county's latest update, this one, reiterates and expounds on some of the most important goals and objectives that were initially articulated in our original core plan. The following items within the update therefore seem especially significant, since they specifically reiterate and emphasize how certain types of development would not be in agreement with our comprehensive plan. Item 4 of the rural land use section reiterates the need to protect environmentally sensitive areas, including riparian corridors, and it says that specifically. Item 5 of the rural land use section reiterates the need to protect and preserve, quote, environmental aesthetics and the historic character of the rural landscape. It also reiterates our county's aspirations to pursue scenic byway designations for which Crumbaugh, Lemons Mill, and Johnson's Mill roads would be undoubtedly prime candidates. And finally, supporting Objective C for Item 3 of the Community Facilities section strongly suggests that we, quote, provide public facilities and utilities, which this is a utility, that are appropriate to urban development or that will induce urban development only within urban service boundaries. As committee members representing the interests of many of those that are here, and all of those that have provided you with a signed copy of our committee's petition, we've clearly shown that the tower's construction would be in disagreement with our comprehensive plan. We've also covered those portions of the regulations that give you the legal right to deny an application that is incomplete, inadequate, or not in agreement with the plan. This lack of agreement with our plan is further proven by the written objections forwarded to you by our community and the sizable attendance of our community at this hearing. As mentioned in the previous presentation by Mr. Irwin, we're not here asking for a decision that is inconsistent with the best interests of Scott County residents. However, these applicants are trying to persuade you and all other residents of our county to change our minds and do something that we've already decided would not be wise. This means that they must show with overwhelming clarity that the services they intend to offer, services that require a tower placed in a pristine scenic location with its risk of hurting one of our most environmentally sensitive areas, with its out-of-character construction of steel and wire, and with its imposing presence in one of our most beautiful historic areas, they must show that their offered services are of such high value that the balance of consideration should be in their favor. But this can't be done, for we've already shown with numerous indisputable facts why such an exchange of one 200-foot steel tower for one peninsula with historic homes, an exchange of one industrial-grade tower for scenic byways that wind past black, weathered barns and fences lined with rolled hay, an exchange of one obstructive tower for an ancient waterway and a pristine view that reminds us of the traditions and lifestyle from which our vibrant community has grown. We've convincingly shown that such an exchange is absolutely not a balanced trade. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your service to our community. I'd like to quickly name and thank the individual members of our committee. Mr. Chris Irwin, Mr. Kurt Woodson, Mr. Don Rochester, Mr. Grover Hibbard, Jane Rankin, Miss Julie Brock, Miss Carrie Irwin, Mr. King Offit, Miss Patricia Kramer, Mr. Roger Persley, Dr. Ruth Rolls, and Mr. Zach Land. I would also like to thank Mr. Bruce Langford for his pro bono consultation in early October, and I would especially like to thank all of those in attendance from our community. Thank you.
No.
I won't be long.
No, okay.
Okay.
Now let's
I know
keep
everyone's
going.
tired, and anyway, my name is King Offit. I live at 3773 Paris Pike, just really across the creek and down a ways from the proposed location. More importantly, I'm the owner of 150 acres directly across the creek and in a floodplain across from the proposed location. And Mr. Pike referenced some case law about lay people, so I'll give you a little background about myself so he doesn't have to concern himself with that so much. I'm a geologist. I'm a licensed geologist. That license is in escrow. I'm an attorney. I went to law school and studied environmental law at Tulane University. I have a subspecialty certificate in environmental law. And not here in that capacity. I just happen to be the guy that lives across the street from the creek that's a lawyer. So I'm going to add a little bit to what Mr. Tollefson said, which was obviously robust and highly detailed. And then I'll be finished and maybe we'll wrap it up. I just want to add a little color and background and history of what's gone on in this corridor historically, federally, with the state and with the local government. Because it's important to how you all weigh whether or not this is in the best interest of the comprehensive plan, just as Mr. Tollefson just said. These are critical, I think, facts. So, and Matt, would you do me a favor, and would you pull up the first photograph that I emailed you earlier today? So, again, we have 150 acres of land just across the creek from the peninsula. And over the years, various federal, state, and local agencies have come to our family and asked us to spend money, not that one, to protect the Elkhorn Creek Corridor and the Millers Run Historic District and the Millers Run Corridor. They've asked us to spend a lot of money to protect this creek, to plant native grasses, to plant trees that are indigenous, to get our cattle out of the creek, to run fence lines to keep our cattle out of the Elkhorn Creek, to run water lines, thousands upon thousands of feet of water lines to protect this most precious resource of Scott County. There is no other blue line stream in Scott County as important as the Elkhorn Creek. Doesn't exist. It's one of our few natural resources that truly matters. So we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, I'm not talking about our money. That doesn't matter. That was our decision. We've been reimbursed by the federal government, the state government, and Scott County 40% of that money. Now, that's not a good investment. Nobody spends $1 to get 40 cents back. We did it because of the importance of this creek and its importance to the county. Those agreements were entered into with the United States Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Department, the Scott County Soil Conservation District, the Kentucky Agricultural Development Fund, and the Scott County Agricultural Development Board. Over the years, 15, 20 years has gone back, I guess. And we've entered into contracts of what we'll do as good stewards of the land to improve the Elkhorn Creek corridor, to make it better. I mean, and I'm talking about the creek right where this tower is. This photograph was taken from a helicopter last weekend. There's Zach Land's house in the bottom right corner. You can see the cell tower. The red circle is the proposed location of the cell tower. It's where Mr. Pike's law firm has its sign, its legal notification sign. The square around it is a guesstimate. It is not to scale, but based on where the engineer flags are, that's about the perimeter of the 98 by 98 section around that cell tower. Now, as Mr. Tolleson pointed out, and it's a little bit hard to tell, there's a 70 to 80 foot elevation drop from the corner of where the northernmost section line of the fence will be down to the Elkhorn Creek is straight down, 70, 80 feet. I mean, I was looking at an old-fashioned, I'm an old geologist, I guess, so I was looking at a 7.5 minute geologic map, counting the little gradients. I think it's 70 to 80 feet. I'm pretty close. So my question is, well, let me back up. So the programs we've involved ourselves in and signed on for that this community has helped pay for, that your tax dollars, all of our tax dollars, have helped pay for, have these acronym names. It's government, SIP, WIP, EQUIP. So that's like Environmental Quality Incentives Program and Habitat, Wildlife Habitat Incentives Program. Wildlife. Now, Mr. Pike said we can't discuss wildlife. That's not true, and I disagree with it as a lawyer. We can't discuss, the FCC prohibits our discussion of radio waves, that's true, or radio waves' impact on wildlife. But that doesn't mean we can't discuss the impact on wildlife, and it certainly doesn't mean that you all, as our commissioners, can't decide that it's not best interest of the comprehensive plan not to allow this application, and it certainly doesn't mean you can't deny it for that reason. Absolutely. So, I'm going to try to skip ahead. I know everyone's tired. Let's see. So I guess my point is this. You've all seen the map of the Burke's land, okay? Now this tower's been put on the northernmost section of it next to the Elkhorn Creek. Why? Why there? It could be backed way up towards Crumbaugh on higher ground. I'm not going to get into a technical dispute with the good doctor about radio waves and tower heights. I have no clue, don't care. Why is it next to the Elkhorn Creek? It's next to the Elkhorn Creek because that area is wasteland to the Burkes. It's wasteland. The rest of it's tilled. This little section down by the creek is wasteland. There's a bunch of junk and a swale down to the creek, old junk. I'm not knocking the Burkes. I don't know the Burkes. They've cut a deal, that's fine. Just junk. Old washers, dryers, refrigerators. It's nasty. But what it is about is like a 1950s way of thinking about natural resources. Throw it down by the creek. Put it in the swale. No one can see it. We'll keep our good land up here. We'll keep tilling and making money on that land. Stick it down there by the Elkhorn. And it's just not acceptable. It's just not, you just don't take your best resource in the county and stick a cell tower next to it. That's why the comprehensive plan was written. That's why the comprehensive plan says you all have the right to deny it. Don't be intimidated by all these legal citations. I've read them all too. I looked them up just like Charlie. Charlie's a good lawyer. But you all can deny this application. Make no mistake. And you should. It can be relocated. It could be put elsewhere. It could be put elsewhere on the same property. So the Burks could get the benefit of the same deal, whether it's a good deal or a bad deal. Who knows? Now, so now we know that the federal, state, and local government have invested in this corridor a lot of money. Don't worry about our money. They did it to protect blue line streams. It's a big part of what wildlife folks do. And I've talked to the wildlife folks, and I sent them a Freedom of Information Act request. And it was interesting with respect to this matter. So, backing up 1 second. There's a guidance document from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service called Revised Volunteer Guidelines for Communication Tower Design, Siting, Construction, Operation, Retrofitting, and Decommissioning, written by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, PhD. And it says towers should first be co-located or placed within antenna farms. And if that's not possible, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm just hitting the pertinent parts, but I've got the whole thing here if you all want to read it. I submitted it to staff earlier today. And if that's not possible, be placed in degraded areas, such as quarries, strip mines, environmental hazard areas, or other areas where migratory bird habitat is poor or marginal. Poor or marginal. And that surrounding habitat should be noted, with towers not placed near, amongst other things, ridge lines, hills, rivers, other waterways, wetlands, or areas used by migratory waterfowl or raptors. Now, the applicant paid for and submitted, at least to Fish and Wildlife, I don't believe staff had it, maybe they do, doesn't matter. They paid for a report from a company called Tri-Leaf. It's this consolidated NEMA report that Mr. Pike referred to. Tri-Leaf's out of St. Louis. Don't know them. But in their report, they said, in pertinent part, that the proposed site could not conform to that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recommendations, but somehow miraculously concluded that the site will not have a significant effect on migratory birds. However, the presence of migratory birds cannot be ruled out. Of course, there's no science in the report to support that conclusion. It's interesting. It's just a statement. Will not have. They need to hire a lawyer. No lawyer would ever say will not have. They would couch it somehow. It's just an unfounded statement prepared by a paid and bought for consultant. Now, for those of us that live in the area, everyone here is wearing a no tower sign. Everyone here can and will tell you that there are flights of Canada geese, all sorts of ducks. As of 2 weeks ago, hundreds of sandhill cranes, got a picture of them. Scads of every hawk, pileated woodpeckers, herons, and the like flying this Elkhorn Creek corridor, Miller's Run corridor, every day. In the case of the sandhill cranes and pileated woodpeckers, seasonally, as they migrate. The blue herons nest in sycamores over the creek. Wild turkeys and deer travel the corridor. Zach Land, whose house is 300 feet away or so, tells me that in season he could shoot geese from his back porch as they come up the ridge, off the creek, up the ridge, straight over his house. And I believe him because I live on the other side of the creek and I see all the geese. In 2 weeks, there'll be 1,000 geese, 1,000 geese at least in my neighbor's cornfield. No doubt about it. Now wait, what did I say? Did I say creek and ridge? Because that's the exact surrounding that the Fish and Wildlife guidance document says cell towers should not be placed. To say nothing of the 20 or so acres of floodplain directly across the creek on our land, and the 15 acres of native grasses we planted in conjunction with the WHIP program adjacent to the Elkhorn and the Miller's Run. And both the floodplain and native grasses are also to be avoided in the surrounds of a cell tower, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidance document. Now, I understand the report from Tri-Leaf said could not conform. Well, no, not if you put it there, it can't. Certainly can't. but it could be moved myriad other places. And as I said, look, I don't want it at all. I don't want this tower at all. But lawyers argue in the alternative. So in the alternative to no tower at all, move it 1,500 feet to the higher ground on the same landowner's property, away from this pristine corridor. But you all can't make that decision. It was not in the application. Now, the staff committee report asserts that this site is not an environmentally sensitive area under the current comprehensive plan. Mr. Tollison spoke to it too. That's wrong. It's wrong. Now look, it's not a wildlife management area, and it's not a state park, and it's not a federal park. And the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife ain't getting in this battle. They don't do private land disputes. Not their mandate, not their mission. I've got a bunch of emails I could pull out from them that I got from my Freedom of Information Act request talking about this very thing. Not going to do it. You don't want to hear it. It's interesting. Now, what the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, in its response to Tri-Leaf, did say is this. There are 3 different types of bats that are on the federal endangered species list in this area. The northern leopard frog, which is on the Kentucky endangered species list, is within a mile of this area. And this is interesting, and also bald eagles, which I would have scoffed at had I not seen one on my property 2 weeks ago, which was the first picture that Matt pulled up. It's a bad picture I took with my cell phone. It's an immature bald eagle. Never seen one in my life. Lived on that piece of land my whole life. Never seen one. So I was excited. Seen them in Montana, seen them down at the Cumberland. Pretty cool. Now the Tri-Leaf consultant report states that this tower is unlikely to adversely affect these endangered animals. While on the same table, and I can pull it up if everybody wants to see it, in the same table, it says, the report states that 2 of the 3 bats is likely present on the site. But with no science or data to support the conclusion, it says unlikely to affect these endangered bats. But they're on the site. It's unlikely to affect them. Who knows? It's incredible. Now, the Georgetown East cell tower does not need to exist for the reasons that Tim stated. But if it's to exist at all, there's no rational reason that it should be next to the Elkhorn Creek. This application should be denied as it violates the comprehensive plan and is an offense to the concept of continuing to preserve and protect Scott County's rural, agricultural, and historical assets. Thank you.
My name is Grover Hibbert. I live at 116 Glen Creek Drive. As was mentioned, I am on the committee. It's been presenting here. I'd like to address tab G, regarding the property evaluations. By the opinion from Galloway Appraisal by Mr. Brown concerning the effect that cell towers may or may not have or do not have on property values. This stuff's all going to fall off here. Better just like this. Okay. Mr. Martin Brown, an associate of Galloway firm, states that numerous neighborhoods impact studies have been performed. But since he does not provide copies of any such studies, and since he does not elaborate on the actual number of studies performed, we cannot be certain that numerous doesn't mean an insignificant and irrelevant number like 2 or 3. And we should not be expected to accept the results of any study that we cannot inspect and review. Mr. Brown then provides elaborate details on the methods used to determine the possible effect of towers on the value of nearby property. A critical step in this method of assessment apparently involves an initial site and neighborhood inspection. But Mr. Brown, working and residing in the Louisville area, did not even bother to set foot in our community. It is irresponsible to suggest that studies performed in the Louisville area would apply to all other areas in the entire state. And rather than simply concluding his opinions in an impartial manner, Mr. Brown then proceeds to promote the self-serving interests of our cell tower applicants by actually advocating and promoting the proliferation of towers. It almost sounds like a boilerplate. And you may hear this very same report again in the next cell tower request or application. This is not, therefore, an unbiased opinion that can be trusted. To claim that the presence of a cell tower does not affect the value of property is an absurdity. The commissioners are asked, and we are asked, to accept the premise that two identical homes with two identical properties, with the only exception being that one property has a cell tower located nearby and clearly in sight, are equal in value. If both properties were up for sale at the same price and you were interested in purchasing one, which one would you buy? And I think that answer is pretty clear, that there is an impact on valuation. The mere presence of the people here in this meeting tonight, the people who would likely not consider the purchase of a home near a cell tower, should be sufficient proof that demand for such homes would decline and value will necessarily follow. And speaking of value, the four closest roads to the proposed tower location are Crumball Road, Glen Creek Drive, Amy Lane, and Johnson Mill. And I've got an assessment. Well, I'll work off the top of my head, okay? Crumball Road has 90 properties. The assessed value is $24,786,539. Glen Creek, get that one here. Glen Creek has 17 homes. These values are from the PVA database, online database that I'm giving you. Okay. 17 homes valued at $22,800. I'm sorry. Amy Lane, 4 properties, assessed value $1,635,500. Johnson's Mill has 11 properties, valued at $3,194,903. Combined, there are $36 million worth of properties that people have invested in Scott County. When I built my house, it was funny. I came to this county from Florida. I was born in Woodwood. I worked in Florida, and I had an opportunity to come work at Georgetown College. And I drove every road in the county, and I marked on a map. I highlighted it, the date that I traveled that road. And I came across this interesting thing that said Clabber Bottom. I thought, what is this? So I drove around, and I came across the road, Glen Creek. And so I drove back there, and I was really taken by the beauty and the view, the nearness of the creek. And my property actually owns to the middle of Elkhorn Creek, as well as the other 16 homes in that subdivision. We honor it and love it, and that's the reason why we bought and built there, raised our families there. It is what we want to keep for all of us and for our children. I then got to wonder, the cell tower, what does that actually bring Scott County in terms of revenue? So I went and I saw Mr. Jenkins at PVA, and I talked to him, and I said, what is the typical assessment of, and I gave him the example of the one on Connector Road, but he said generally they're assessed at $100,000, and possibly it could be $150,000, but would probably generate $865.10 a year in property tax to Scott County. Now, going back to the $36 million, well over $36 million that we have invested in terms of purchasing into our county, paying taxes, being residents and living here day in and day out, not a company that comes in, builds an object, and the owners don't even live on it. We hope that we have someone on our side, or someone that understands, and hopefully you've had an opportunity to ride a bike, run, drive down Crumball, and seen the beauty of that corridor. So we are asking for some consideration there. And Matt had mentioned earlier that you have that ability to do that. If this tower fits into our area, fits into it, not just a matter of another bar on your phone, but is it go against our community, our environment?
Did you mean a tax of $865,000 or $865,000?
No, it's $865.10 on a $100,000 assessment. Huh? For all of us who live on these and surrounding properties, I only mentioned those 4 roads. I did not mention Lemons Mill. I did not mention the houses on Adena Ridge that face that way. I did not mention the subdivision, Rocky Creek, on the other side of 460. I did not mention the Apple, whatever that one is, that are all within the proximity of the proposed tower. We ask you to vote no. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question about process? Thank you. My name is Mark Davis. I reside at 620 Crumball. My question was a process question. First, I want to say, good heavens. Thank you for what you do. Good gracious. Got a lot of engineers, attorneys, professional people, the thousands of dollars being spent every hour over here. I should have been sitting on that side, but they ran out of seats, so I'm in the wrong, like being in a Tennessee section at a Kentucky game anyway. So first of all, thank you all. Second, I promise to be brief. I rely on my phone service 24/7. I'm a Verizon guy. Man, I wish my Netflix was faster. It's annoying. I would like an extra bar on my Verizon stuff, but the truth of the matter is I get calls all hours of the day and night to go be helpful to people and do all sorts of things. Yeah, better service would be okay, but I got good enough. What I'm missing is an annoyance. And I gave up high-speed Netflix, Facebook 24/7. I gave it up, and what I got was Crumball Road. What I got is the locust trees, what I got is the water, what I got is the sunset. I took pictures on the way over here thinking what I have to give up to get faster internet. And it's not worth it to me. I appreciate that we began with there's only one side to this argument. The law says X. My experience is that there's usually 2 sides, often 3 or 4. But the idea is that you guys should be boxed in. Appreciate what Mr. Perkins said about law says X, Y, and Z. People have been very respectful about those boundaries. But there's a clear gap about balance. I think that's why you all have the job you have. I'm glad you're doing it. I don't know what you're going to do, but I just want to say that, my gap in coverage doesn't keep me from what I need to do my job to help people. And it's really interesting that there's been no public service providers, been no law enforcement, but nobody's saying we need 911 better coverage. We're putting children at risk. That's the attorney's argument. And it could be true, and God help us if my child needs help and I haven't got coverage, but I'm not aware of any gap in 911 coverage. I'm not. I wish I could see UK faster on my smartphone, but I can't. Anyway, I'm going to say this and be done. Good heavens. Thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it.
Hey, y'all tonight. Thank you. My name's Zach Land, and I'm that fella that owns that house right there beside that tower. My family owned this farm next to the tower since 1959. The tower's going to be 344 feet from my house, 625 feet from the next closest house, 270 feet from my property line. I chose to build my house on the rear of the farm, back here to enjoy the view, the wildlife, and be somewhat secluded. We have 65 acres, and little did I know that things could only get so close to me by building back there. I assumed that a small farm next to me could only have a few homes go up on it. Never did I imagine I would have 5 diesel generators cycling at different times, or service trucks coming at odd hours. With all these generators, this tells me this is a rental tire. That's not just for Verizon. This is for somebody to put a lot of antennas on it and make lots of money off this. And they pay $865 worth of taxes. That gets me. I can't move my house. Can't plant trees, shrubs, or put up a 50-foot tall fence to block that view of that tire. Let's talk construction. The existing entrance to this farm is a gate between 2 trees in an overgrown fence row that was there prior to 1959. If you would imagine the entrance to this farm here, if you imagine a hump like this, their entrance is over here, the existing entrance. There's probably a 5-foot rising road here, and on this end we have a blind curve. They want to use the existing entrance for the entrance to this tire. Now, with our tire, it's going to have multiple antennas and all that on there. There's people going to be coming and going all the time, service trucks, cranes, put tires up with, all that stuff. Well, the applicant wants to put a temporary entrance in on the crest of the hill. Well, we all know that temporary entrance will be there from now on. But the problem is, they only have 375 foot of road frontage. And it's low on this end and low on this end and high in the middle. They won't put their temporary entrance up here on this tie spot. Now, if they move their entrance down here to the blind curve, that's the only place they can see what cars are coming and going. Down here next to me, not so good. I can barely get out of there in a car, and you take a big service truck, gonna get somebody killed. Crumball's 35 mile an hour, and per requirements, or most entrance requirements, are 100 foot for every 10 mile an hour. They ain't got it. I talked to a fellow at Link Belt. He told me it's gonna take a 200-ton crane to set this tire. Maybe so. I don't know. I'm not in the crane business. The bridge on one end of Crumball is 18 tons. The other end of Crumball, very tight intersection, but they can't get a semi around it down there. Maybe Mr. Younger will let them drive back and forth through the yard to get there. I don't know. When I was asked why the tire was going to be on the rear of the property, I was told so that the owners could retain as much of the farm as he could and use it for his farming application. Oh, well, now let's think about this. They're going to put in 2,500 feet of road, 30 foot wide, back to this site. Now, if you do the math on that, that comes up to about 1.7 acres. Now, that's not saving ground, that's burning it up. You can't plant tobacco in a gravel road. Now we're going to go back here, we're going to place the tire on a very environmental sensitive area. That makes very little sense to me. And this road, if y'all can imagine, their road, don't go over here and point, I ain't good at this little thing here. Their road's going to come right down through here. They're going to squeeze right through this gate here to leave this nice fine fence road down through here. Or tree line, I'm sorry. That ain't nothing but a bunch of overgrown scrub brush right there. And they're going to make a 90-degree curve right here for all them service trucks to go back and forth with this tire right here on top of this creek on this bank. Much like my road is here, that I travel with cars. Keep that in mind. I know I had my shorts on, didn't I? Let's see, where was I? Oh, you know, they're going to put these 5 generators back there to crank these things up. And I've been around these tires a little bit. I know a little bit about them. Well, they got this long road back through there. And, you know, when it snows, that snow on top of that hill, I do push snow in the wintertime. Know what I'm talking about. It gets 3 to 4 foot deep on top of that hill. They ain't going to be able to get back there to it on that long road. It's just an observance of mine. Can't get in there, can't get back the road. But, you know, in case of emergency, they probably use my driveway. It'll be clean. They keep the gate locked on theirs, and contractors doing the preliminary work, they already been using my road and parking in my driveway anyhow, so it'll be all right. That hillside where that tire is, that's really steep right there. And now, it'd be really tough to an area to combat any kind of emergency. Let's say we have a spill or a fire or anything on that creek bank back there. I don't even know if we got a fire truck that'll reach 200 foot in the air, top of that tire, put it out. Might not. I'm not the fireman. Now we're going to talk about some sinkholes. There's sinkholes all over the property. Down there at the bottom of that property where that hillside runs into the spring, all along that edge of that creek bank, there's natural springs that run into there. When go back over here to my drawing, I'm glad you brought that. When they irrigate all this area up here, it's up here on the top of this flat ground, out of the creek. Within 2 hours, I got a spring right here that runs full tilt. That tells you how many caves and stuff's all under that ground right there. But I'm not the geologist that went out there, or whoever he was, and did that bore. But even on their own information, they told us on that bore that the bore wasn't on the money. That's about 12, 14 feet off. Now you can miss a sinkhole on 12, 14 feet. It says right on their little thing, there's a tree in the way that's about that big around and 4 bushes. I've seen it. Yeah, that's what was in the way right there. That thing on that little red dot. I did say they hit that, or it, I'm referring to their thing, did say they hit rock at 3 feet. This means blasting. I know he said they're not going to do any blasting. That's what they say. Pylon driving, or other means that would surely affect my basement 361 feet away. That hillside's full of springs there that runs into the creek. That's why Elkhorn Creek, you never see it real low in the summertime. There's a lot of people like John Bell use that creek, get the water out of to water their crops. So you go driving pylon and stuff like that in the ground, you're liable to disrupt something. One might be my spring. Okay, let's talk about some co-location. There's many options for a cell tower to do with their coalition. You go into one of these like Elkhorn Green up here, take down one of their street lights, send it off, have it fixed, bring it back. It's got the antennas in it. They put the street light back up. Never know there's an antenna in that street light. Do it all the time. They go in there. That's probably the reason they're saying that we've got such bad service is because of Elkhorn Green up there. So if they need the tire and it's on top of the hill, let's put it up there. Now, if you need the tire for a rental tire to hang a bunch of other carriers on and make lots of money off of it, now that's a good reason to put that tire out there. Let's talk about after construction. All right, I got a tire in my back door now. My property value will not go down because of the tire. Maybe, maybe not. I don't see them reducing my taxes, so that ain't gonna happen. But who wants one of these things this close to them? According to the Pennsylvania Association of Realtors, 94% of home buyers are less interested and would pay less for a property located near a cell tower or an antenna. That doesn't say your property's worth anything less. That just says your fire pool is gone. And 79% said that under no circumstances would they purchase or rent within few blocks of a cell tower. I figured the city block was 300 feet. I'm within 1 block. And then they say, a tower has a 100% chance of being struck by lightning once a year. That's going to get some getting used to. Cancer, radiation, never heard anything on that about it reducing your chances living next to a tower. Not going to help you, I guarantee you. See, they're out there. Now, the tower. I was told in a technical meeting that this property had everything it needed to run. I did a little investigating and found out that the phone line next to this property is what they call a T1 line. It will start this tower up but not be feasible to operate it with. They will use the backhaul, which is the information that goes back through the landline of information, will make this tower improfitable or very hard to use for the owners in Florida, New Jersey, wherever they're at. They're going to have fiber optic line run to it. Now they can run this in the right of way, according to what he says. They can run it in the right of way. We ain't supposed to talk about it, whatever. If they got the proper easements, or they paid for the easements, well, they can run it right through the middle of your property. Who knows? A fiber optic line is coming to this tower one way or another. They've got to have it to get it up and running properly with all that on there. They say it's a 1200 megahertz signal, which that's your 5G, which means 5th generation for y'all that don't know what that is. And that's a new spectrum they're getting up here in a wavelength that they've gotten a hold of for more money. They've found a little wider bandwidth up here to play with. And they're going to go with it. Now this fiber optic line that's coming out there running through all of our properties, ain't none of us going to get no better DSL. Your home line ain't going to work no better because it's tower to tower. Most of you won't realize it because they'll bore this long distances underground through your property. May not ever know it's there. So if you're going to dig anything up, please call 811 before you dig. Just because you didn't see it go in, don't mean it ain't there. And that might be where you want that pool or garage. Now, right now there's conduit for a big fiber optic line coming from Lexington. Running down, coming down Lyle Road. They've done on in under the interstate. They're out there by Clabber Bottom, and it stopped right there waiting for a little while. Stopped and talked to them old boys one day, and they told me. I asked them, I said, where's that line headed? He said, north, which is right to the tower, ever before the tower has been approved. Now remember, I'm just an old country boy, doing some investigating on my own. I don't know whether we can put truth in any of this. This is just what I found out. Just relaying information. I know this meeting's been long. I got one other thing to say before I quit. This property was owned by Edgar Biddle, nicknamed Sharky. Sharky left this property to his nephews because he had no children of his own. There are no houses on this farm. Sharky used to pick me up and go fishing below where this tower site's supposed to be. He loved to fish and bought this farm for access to the creek. I was about 10 years old when he would stop and get me, and me and him would go fishing together. Sharky was older and couldn't launch his boat by himself. We had a lot of good times together fishing on the creek. He truly loved this spot. I was given a key to his boat, and we even together put a gate in between our two properties so I could go and come as I please on this property. I've watched over his property for years. The tenants park their equipment next to my house overnight. They use my water because they don't have any hydrants over there. I've re-rocked my road. My house has been there for 19 years. I generally re-rock my road in the curve where their fields wash out on my road. Do I ever say anything? No, I just fix it and go on because that's what neighbors do. And to beat all, Sharky's ashes and his mother's are scattered on this bank where they're going to build this tower. What a monument. Thank y'all for my time. My daughters, Shelley and Katie, would like to talk.
My name is Katie Land, and I'm 15 years old. This is my sister, Shelly. She's 17. We wanted to share our opinion on the cell phone tower that could be possibly placed 360 feet outside of our back door. We feel this decision will greatly impact our future.
One day we will be inheriting this farm. It's been in our family for generations, and we plan to keep it that way. My sister and I plan on building our families on this farm, so not only does this affect our parents and us, but also our future kids and grandkids, and so on. Within the next 2 years, both of us will be attending college. With college comes lots of homework, studying, tests, projects, essays, and classes, which all require the internet. From what we know, the signal from the tower goes out, not down, so it won't help our signal any, and it will give us little to no signal to do what is required to graduate from college.
Although all of our reasons are important, the most concerning factor to us are the risks that are involved. We have done a decent amount of research on the health risks of living near a cell phone tower. What we found is very alarming. We discovered while looking at many different studies that cell phone towers, also known as base stations, put off radio frequency waves that are believed to be a causing factor in developing cancer. The closer you are to the base station, the stronger the waves are. Keep in mind we are only 344 feet away. We realize that it hasn't been proven to cause cancer, but it also hasn't been proven that it doesn't cause cancer. Cell phone towers are relatively new, so we are not able to know the long-term effects or damages they can cause. Harvard-trained Dr. Andrew Will at the University of Arizona's Medical Center said, quote, "We simply don't know enough about the potential health risks of long-term exposure to radio frequency energy from cell phone towers," end quote. We noticed that the scientists who prepared this report emphasized in particular the unknown risks to the health of children, pregnant women, and fetuses, as well as workers whose jobs entail high exposure to radio frequency waves.
According to an article we studied by Miriam Rafferty, an Australian study found that children living near...
Can I stop you for a second? Charlie, can we listen to this?
Well, I suppose you can listen, you can't base a decision on any of it.
I mean, I hate the...
I mean, that's federal law. We can't do that.
You can let them finish. Yeah.
Yeah, we can let them finish, but just to let you know that we can't base our decision on that.
An Australian study found that children living near TV and FM broadcasting towers, which emit similar radiation to cell phone towers in the United States, develop leukemia at 3 times the rate of children living over 7 miles away. The article also states that cancer rates more than tripled among people living within 400 meters of a cell phone tower or antennas. A German study found that those within 100 meters were exposed to radiation at 100 times normal levels. An Israeli study found the risk of cancer quadrupled among people living within 350 meters or 1,148 feet. 7 out of 8 cancer victims were women. Both of the studies we looked at, of course, only focused on people who had lived at the same address for a long period of time. Other studies have found that levels of radiation emitted from cell phone towers can damage cell tissue and DNA and cause other health problems. Yet over 1.9 million cell towers and antennas have been approved nationwide without federal studies to assure the safety of those living nearby.
We hope you consider these factors when deciding if this cell phone tower should be built right outside our back door. Thank you.
Ms. Holland, it wouldn't be one of these without a farmer, right? John Bell, Elmwood Stock Farm right across the creek from King and between Rocky Creek and Dr. Offutt's place, so we're basically right across the creek and on 460. Our land butts up to the creek just downstream from where Zach lives. So we farm cattle, tobacco, like a lot of farms in Georgetown, Scott County. Also on our farm, we raise about 30 acres of fruit and vegetables, produce that we feed to hundreds and hundreds of people in this county and surrounding counties, but I can flat out say for sure that we provide 500 families the majority of their fruit and vegetable needs for a half a year from May to October every year because they come to the farm and other pickup locations to pick up our stuff on a weekly basis. So I can document for exactly, at least to guarantee that many customers, plus our wholesale customers and restaurant customers and farmers market customers. Even if they're all the same people, it's a minimal 500 families in Scott County and surrounding counties buy food from us. And my concern is the pollination of a good chunk of these fruits and vegetables require bees and require insects. And there's documented evidence that there can be a detrimental effect on the habitat for not only birds of the riparian and hunting size, but small birds that consume the insects, and on the insects and on bees in an environment such as this Elkhorn Creek corridor. Not only that, our farm is certified organic farm. In order to be a farmer, Stephen, you know, quite often we go out and scout our crops on a daily, weekly basis, depending on the crop. And when there's an issue in our crop, whether it's some type of pest, disease, insect, weeds, then once that issue in our crop reaches a critical threshold, then we apply some type of protectant, whether it's to protect the crop from a disease or to kill some insects. Being certified organic, we still do that exact same thing, but the products we have to apply to treat a flare-up of some type of pest is way more limited. We don't have near as many tools in our toolbox. So our first line of defense as an organic farmer is prevention. So we've been certified organic for about 15 years, since 2000. We've been spending all these years building buffer zones around our farm to foster a habitat for predatory insects and small birds that eat insects. We have, every year on an annual basis, we plant a lot of flowering crops within our crop fields, again, to create this habitat, a community to maintain beneficial insects, predatory insects, and predatory birds. That is our first line of defense as an organic farmer. And not only is it the way we choose to farm, it is actually mandated in the National Organic Program. You have to build and maintain these habitats. That's one of the basic fundamentals tenets of organic farming. So those are a couple of concerns I had, because whether any kind of research that you do is documented, but as King alluded to, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, while they do not come here and they're not going to enter this conversation, they have a concern, and they stated, just like the bats and the predatory birds, that there is a documented effect of the cell tower on bees and on small birds as well. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mine will be short.
Yes, sir.
I'm Dr. William Ossett, and I have, along with my family, as the Bells do, several hundred acres just to the north of the Elkhorn Creek. And I was very concerned when Mr. Land mentioned something about a fiber optic cable is going to go some direction coming away from that tower, and I would suggest that needs to be examined. I don't know what's going on under the creek and coming through our property, or going south to Crumball. I don't think there is a cable down in Crumball. I don't know where that is going, but I know there is cable going down 460. Right there. You can see it. But let me back up a little bit. When this whole thing started, with the presentation of the applicant's lawyer, Mr. Wiseman wisely asked, why is that tower down so low on that hill? And that's a good question, and I think it has been addressed. It shouldn't be down on that hill. It shouldn't be in the riparian area for obvious reasons. And let me outline once again that this area right here, you see the square, but that all those trees around there are going down, and let alone the drainage effect of all that construction is going to have, and the noise of the construction. And they're going to plant some little trees out here. This is a fully developed woods here. I tried to walk through it even with the foliage off and could barely do it. And to tell you how steep it is, when I got down about halfway, it was all I could do to get up out of there. Now, I'm not in the best shape, like I used to be, but nonetheless, that is a significant incline. So all that's going away. This road's coming down through here, and we have been told by the applicant's lawyer that we can't stop it, can't do anything about it. You cannot deny that. You're gonna be fined, you're gonna be sued, you're going to jail. I don't know what all's going on. But it's a nightmarish outline that he had no business coming down here and in trying to intimidate you and me and the rest of the local folks around here. Shame on them. That's what I say. So I'm going to defer to your better judgment. I want to thank you for your time and attention that's already been addressed, and I sure do wish you well. I've been before this, not you all, but before this committee many times, and I don't like coming down here. And I don't like hearing what I'm hearing. That's the worst part. And not only that, it's at least 2 hours past my bedtime. And I know y'all are getting tired of listening. So I'm through, and thank you.
Matt, could you put up the slide that we started with so I can show them where my property is? I'm Ruth Rolls. I live at 621 Crumbow Road. I have a doctorate in geography, and my area of expertise is GIS. So I've worked with GIS in state government, for the Revenue Cabinet, Natural Resources, and for the last 15 years for the Public Service Commission. And I'm retired now, and when this issue arose of locating a cell tower on property adjacent to where I have my home and that I share with my husband, the first thing I did was to see if the Planning Commission had a GIS database of cell towers for Scott County, and they didn't. So I printed out the information for antenna structures and what little they have on cell antenna registrations for Scott County from the FCC website. So you now have these GIS layers, and you can use them for this and any future applications. So now that we have my property, let's see, what do I do, press the orange button? Yep, I got it. It's this one right here. So if you stand right here, right here, yeah, which is the entrance to the cell tower site, and you look straight down here, what do you see but a cell tower on the horizon? And this is owned by Crown Castle South. Its overall height is 1,336 feet above mean sea level, which is higher, much higher than the proposed tower of 1,080 feet above mean sea level. And there appears visually to be only one antenna array on Crown Castle's tower. This cell tower was the one that was conveniently excluded from consideration for co-location from the site study submitted by the applicant. Primarily, I want to focus on the utilities on my property as that are needed for a cell tower, the electric and telecommunications. Notice that on the application map, there's a proposed utility right-of-way on Mr. Burke's property that appears to connect to the utility pole on our property. And on the map, it's a small circle. It's labeled UP with a TR1, and that stands for one transformer on the utility pole. And this electric line happens to end at our property. It connects to our house and our barn, and that's it. And this is known as a radial line. So it extends from Route 460, meanders down Crumbaugh Road, crosses Elkhorn Creek, branches down Amy Way and Glen Creek Road, and ends at our property. The Persley's property up the hill, along here. These are all served through a line that begins on Lemons Mill and Newtown Pike. So a radial line is not as robust as a circuit, so the proposed tower will be making good use of its diesel generators for outages with the existing configuration of electric lines. I'm not really concerned about the tower's electric being connected to that particular utility pole on our property as it's shown on the application. My concern is that the cell tower or further property development in this area may mean that KU will consider making a complete circuit along Crumbow Road. I'm concerned they may use the right-of-way that goes to the pole closest to our barn, which is within 30 feet of our house. It's also possible that KU might need an altogether new right-of-way that might include my property. A week before Christmas, just by chance, I followed a white pickup truck with flashing lights, and it pulled into the entrance to Mr. Burke's property where the cell tower sign is. An hour later, it was parked directly outside our house on Crumbow. So I talked to the driver, and he said he was the utility construction contractor hired by Kentucky Utilities. He wasn't forthcoming with any more information, but it's apparent that KU is considering construction along Crumbow, and it probably has to do with the proposed cell tower. My other concern is a telecommunications right-of-way, which is on our property. This is the underground line, and on your map it is symbolized by a small square labeled telco. This underground line has been in place since we've lived on the property, at least 10 years, maybe 15 or 20 years since the line was installed. Verizon's installing fiber optic cable for the cell tower, so it may use that underground conduit which belongs to South Central Bell, which does business as AT&T Southeast. I'm concerned they may have to dig up our lawn to install the fiber. Maybe they want to put up overhead lines on poles. I don't know. I'd like to know what they plan to do. I know you can't deny the application on that, but I want to know what's going on. Finally, I'd like to make the point that the part of Crumbow Road that separates Mr. Burke's property from ours has fence line trees. You can see them right along here. And this fence line has trees along both sides of the road that are over 45 feet tall. So it serves as an effective visual barrier, even in the winter, to the proposed cell tower from our house, and even from these houses up on Crumbow. So I would urge that commission to make sure that if this is ever built, that as few of these trees as possible are removed during the construction of any cell tower. And Mr. Land was talking about that construction right-of-way. And that any of these trees that are removed for temporary construction are replaced with new hardwoods. If new utility lines need to be installed to service this cell tower, we would prefer a new right-of-way behind the trees along the fence line on Mr. Burke's property. Now, the first page of the application that was sent in has a form on it that, the commission requires, and the applicants fill out or check utilities that apply, such as AT&T, Kentucky Utilities, Kentucky American Water, and so forth. The applicant checked no utilities. And apparently, the Planning Commission has a technical review committee which met in October, and there were no representatives from KU or AT&T in attendance. The commission's not received any written comments from either utility, as far as I understand. So I would urge the commission to deny the application, primarily based on the lack of evidence of a thorough attempt at co-location. And I would sure like to have a full discussion about the existing utilities that are essential for this project. Thanks.
Is there anyone else from the audience like to speak? If not, Mr. Pike, you want to?
Bring up my PowerPoint if you would, Matt.
I'm sorry.
We'll keep on. We'll make sure everybody gets a say.
Sure, hold on. There's nobody in this room that doubts that the feelings that have been voiced by the opponents here are heartfelt. No question about it. I also want to commend the opponents for one of the more articulate sets of presentations I have heard anywhere in a bunch of states. Somehow timely.
All right, Mama's got supper ready.
Okay. But in the final analysis, the law can be a bitter pill to swallow at times like this for many people who are in opposition. But we are not here for a popularity contest. We are not here to do what neighbors want because they're your neighbors. We are here to enforce the law. Now, I'd like to return to some of the elements of that law before I get into some substantive issues. First, your own zoning requirements set forth in your zoning code are substantial evidence. And your own staff indicates we have met those chapter and verse. The following items are not substantial evidence, and you must have substantial evidence in order to deny this application. First, lay opinion is not substantial evidence. And with one possible limited exception, that's what we've heard here today. Next, unsupported opinion, references to the internet, what I have read online, is not substantial evidence. Generalized expression of concerns with aesthetics. Can I see it from an historic district? Can I see it from the creek? Can I see it from my home? Is all quite irrelevant under federal law in this proceeding and cannot serve as a basis for your decision. Now, I recognize that it's difficult for people to accept, but it's the law. And it's the law interpreted not only by me, but has been echoed by your own legal counsel. Claims that the tower is unsightly, general concerns that it's ugly or unwanted are quite simply irrelevant this evening. They're heartfelt, they are strongly believed by everyone who's here in this audience, but it's not the law. And it's not a basis for a decision that this commission can make. Now, a couple of other quick items that I want to run back to, and that's the prohibition under KRS 100.324, indicating that you do not have jurisdiction regarding how a utility is going to provide service at this location. It is totally off your plate, and you have no authority to inquire regarding it. It's a long-standing exception. It's an issue that perhaps might be more pertinent before the Public Service Commission, but it is not relevant to this proceeding and cannot serve as a basis of inquiry and cannot serve as a basis of consideration. And although I think we're all well settled on this one, when it comes to health and environmental concerns, that's totally off the deck and cannot be considered. I would argue should not have been admitted, but that's a call for this Planning Commission to make. It certainly can't serve as a basis for further discussion or questions regarding regarding that issue. Now, when you look at that in total, lay testimonies can't be considered. Anything regarding aesthetics can't be considered. What's left? What's left? What's left? I'm going to count on you to control the crowd here, Mr. Chairman. Okay. What's left?
Hey, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
And the answer is nothing's left. And that's again a bitter pill, but it's the legal truth that I urge this board to accept. Again, none of that denigrates that these are strongly held beliefs, but this zoning case is different from all other types of zoning cases legally. And that's a fact. It's different based on the range of issues that you can consider are very tightly constricted. Now, a few kind of specific issues. Issues came up regarding whether whether there was going to be barbed wire placed on the fencing here. We will stipulate that is not the case. I think that's clear from our drawings. I think it's clear from our filings. But if it isn't, feel free to add that as a fourth stipulation in order to make sure that it is crystal clear and fully enforceable by this commission going forward. At the end of the day, this comprehensive plan does not mention cell towers. It does not mention wireless communications facilities. At the end of the day, the statutes, KRS Chapter 100 and your own regulations, do not require the removal of a foundation. It requires the removal of the tower. And that's what we're obligated under the statutes to do in the event that the tower is abandoned. That's what we will do, and it's what was stated in the lease that's required as well, which is required under the terms of the statutes. And this commission lacks the authority to require us to do more, because you can only require us to do that which is authorized in the statute. Again, that may seem circular, but it's the law, and we're obligated to follow the law in this proceeding. Now, at the end of the day, we try to locate multiple candidates for every site. In some cases, when we can't locate multiple candidates for a site acquisition is required to turn in candidates for even if they're outside the search area, so that the company has multiple candidates to consider. That's part of their contract. They have to come up with multiple ones. So that's in no way unusual in this industry. Also, the term search ring, search area is a complete red herring. They're synonyms, and they're used interchangeably in this area, in this industry, regardless of the physical shape. Now, to suggest that a search area in the eastern Kentucky mountains in Carter County would be configured the same way as one next to the city of Georgetown begs all credulity. Because at the end of the day, the radio frequency propagation requirements, the markets that are being served, are totally different. It's apples and oranges. The stunning thing for me was that it wasn't more different than what was described. Historic properties issues. First, there's no authority in your regulations for you to consider that issue in connection with a cell tower case. Lacking that authority under your regulations, you can't consider it. But let's hear what the issue was, that there's an historic district roughly 3,000 feet away. I'm going to accept that distance that was postulated by the opposing speaker. If that's the case, then in that case, what is the only possible adverse effect? Oh, wait, it's aesthetics, which legally cannot be considered by this board at the end of the day. Now, I know this seems harsh, but it's the law, and it's the law that we are all sworn to follow in this proceeding. Issues regarding whether or not a section is part of a sensitive zone surrounding this creek is based on the viewscape from the creek, what you can see from the creek and in the area, the attempt to extend it. And what is that inherently based on? What is expressly prohibited under the federal statutes, which is aesthetics. What you can see and not see, what's attractive and what isn't attractive. All of which is off the boards and cannot be considered by this commission, whether intuitively you feel like you should, that you want to be responsive to these concerns. It's against the law to do that. And nothing that's been said here today can change that stark legal reality. Ultimately, the staff acknowledges that we meet your road standards. Construction of a roadway that's gravel in an A1 zone is a given. Certainly, this board is not going to adopt a rule which indicates that in the A1 zone, if someone has diesel fuel or gas in a piece of farm machinery, that suddenly all roads on all farms in this community have to be paved. And we've indicated and have filed the necessary documentation stating that all of the generators that will be deployed here will meet all state and federal requirements, which is fully enforceable. We filed it in connection with the proceeding, and if we didn't deploy them, we'd be in big trouble under our FCC licenses. At the end of the day also, there's nothing in your comprehensive plan which mentions endangered species. I will tell you this tower cannot be built legally until we have approval from Fish and Wildlife. And my expectation is that we'll probably have that within the next month or two. It takes time to do that. We run into endangered species issues on virtually every site that is constructed of one type or another, and deal with them routinely as part of the NEPA process. This development, unlike other developments in your community, is required to take those issues into account, because most developments, even if they're large shopping centers that have a huge impact on localities, don't have to go through that review process because they don't have a federal license involved. The fact that we have that license means we get extra scrutiny above that which is afforded to other types of development. That's the reality. So Fish and Wildlife will have to put its stamp of approval on this development, regardless of what you do, in order for us to be able to proceed. And if they deny it, it doesn't matter if we've got our zoning approval or not, we will not be able to proceed with construction because we have to have a complete NEPA approval in order to move forward. By the way, that complete NEPA approval also requires approval from the State Historic Preservation Officer, something, a body that's actually charged with that supervisory role. Now, fundamental issues that have been raised here today about whether this fits into our area. That's all stalking horse. You can call it what it will. It's about how it looks. And the people don't like how it looks. They don't like how tall it is. They don't like the fact that they're going to be able to see it. Well, you're going to be able to see it. No question about it. But at the end of the day, that is irrelevant to this Planning Commission's deliberations under not only my legal opinion, but the legal opinion that was voiced by your own attorney a few minutes ago. We cannot be criticized for following your regulations. This tower is sited where it is because it complies with your regs. We didn't write the rules on what type of tower it's supposed to be. We didn't write the rules on how tall the tower is supposed to be. We didn't write the rules regarding what the setbacks were. We just followed them. And the applicant shouldn't and can't and certainly shouldn't be punished for following the rules that are laid down in this community. If at the end of the day, this community has a different vision of how cell towers should be configured, well, there's an answer to that. Change the rules. But while we have these rules, if we follow them, we have a right to expect an approval. I urge you in your consideration today to do your best to follow the advice of your legal counsel, follow the law, even though I know for many of you, emotionally, that has to be difficult. I'm not minimizing that fact. Doesn't alter what our responsibilities are. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Say two things. I'll be the honor over. I'll start. One, this commission absolutely can deny this application because if it finds that it does not continue the need to preserve and protect Scott County's rural, agricultural, and historical assets. I understand all the case law that's been cited. I'm a really good lawyer too. He's an excellent lawyer. This is all he does. Two, there's a great legal doctrine. I love it. I say it all the time to my father. It's a Latin phrase, res ipsa loquitur. It means the thing speaks for itself, which is this. Why have we all been here for 5 hours? Why is he here seeking your approval if you can't deny it? It would be a foregone conclusion. There would be no need for the hearing. We wouldn't all be here. He's here for a reason because you have the right to deny it. You should. Thank you.
Despite the length of the presentation I made, there's basically only two ideas, and they do give you the right to deny the tower. I've shown you many, many quotations from our comprehensive plan that it is not in agreement with. And that regulation says if it's not in agreement with the comprehensive plan, you can deny the regulation. I have also showed you that this applicant has not made an attempt to co-locate on a tower which would likely have satisfied their coverage needs. The regulation says that he is supposed to provide you with documentation that shows what the coverage would be on that tower. He has not provided it. At the very least, the applicant has to try co-location if you make him try location. That's mine.
I would like to let you guys know that me and my sister knew before we gave our speech that we couldn't talk about the radio frequency waves because he made it so clear. But at the end of the day, you can move the cell phone tower, but you can't fix cancer. And I know you're the attorney, but I know there's freedom of speech and that it's for the people and by the people, not by Verizon, and more importantly, not by you.
Ow! My name's John Mulholland.
You swear or affirm what you're about to say to be the truth, the best of your information and belief?
The lady
You
from
said
Louisville-
John, didn't you?
John, yeah. Lady that was representing Verizon came to our farm on 381 Crumball, and I took her to the back of the farm, which is right across from the rock quarry, which the other cell tower is over on East Main Extended. And she said, well, this spot where you want me to put it, it's too close to that tower. But she says if the other towers, places that she was looking at and looked, said maybe we could piggyback off that tower. And so I'm asking him, does he have any proof that they have tried to piggyback off that tower off East Main Extended? Thank you.
Can you
I'll be
answer
glad
the
to
question,
answer
Mr.
all
Pike?
the questions after all the folks have gone through. I'll keep listening.
Is there anyone else?
I got one other thing.
You come up to that.
What about
Come up to the microphone, Zach.
who signed off on that entrance for the temporary entrance on the drawing? Who went out there and measured it, looked at it? Does a farm gate between two trees constitute an existing entrance? I mean, if you gotta have 35 mile an hour roads, you gotta have 100 feet for every 10 mile an hour of visibility both ways. You ain't got it either way on it. The road comes up and it crests like that.
Can you answer, Joe, or?
So
Brent?
who was out there that checked that out
Brent?
and looked at that
Can you answer that?
and agreed to the entrance on top of the hill?
This is Brent from Marion. We have not approved that yet. This is a preliminary approval that would have to be worked out before they get final approval. So if it's not in a good spot, then it'll be moved to an
What
adequate
if they
spot.
don't have a good spot from front to back?
Well, I thought you said there was one.
Well, they can put it in the curve, but they
Yeah.
still don't have
Zach.
the view for the other direction.
Can you come back up there where they can hear on the microphone?
When I said if they put the entrance in the curve, they had the best view. They don't have every entrance I've ever cut in Scott County. They tell you got to have so many feet visibility each direction. You do not have that there.
Well, I guess what I would say is that if there's a piece of property out there, it can't be denied access, even if it's not, doesn't meet all the standards. So there's a farm, we can't all of a sudden say that you can't access your farm.
There's a difference between a farm gate that was put in before, I don't know, it's been there before 1959, but all of a sudden it can be a construction entrance. You know, just get somebody killed. I hope it isn't one of my family.
Is anyone else? Mr. Pike?
This juncture, there's just one substantive question for me to deal with before we close this and turn it over to you folks, and that's co-location rule out. Let me point out first, lay testimony on this issue cannot be considered by the commission. There's only one set of expert testimony and reports. That's from our expert witness, and under the terms,
Folks, we can stop now and we can make our decision right now.
and under federal law, expert opinion trumps any amount of lay testimony in cell tower cases. Again, bitter pill, that's the law. Now, having said that, we filed 2 reports. The first one indicates that, just in general terms, that towers in the area were modeled and would not meet the service objective. Also indicated that a tower would have to be within the designated search area in order to meet that service objective, and that there were no tall structures within the search area. We went back and punctuated that with a supplemental report which modeled all of the surrounding towers and filed it, and it's been of record, not for a long time, but what, a couple of days, Matt? A couple of days of record in the file in which we specifically modeled all of the nearby towers and signed off on by our radio frequency engineer, finding that they, as expected, would not work or were already located on them. So all possible documentation has been submitted. No contrary discussion on this issue has been introduced in this hearing that this board can consider, because it's all lay testimony on this point. Thank you.
I would like to point out that the addition to the application that includes these reports that he's referring to was submitted after the deadline for the application changes.
Say that again.
Say it again.
Could you repeat that?
The additional information that was provided by the applicant in support of their reasons for not co-locating was submitted after the deadline for changes to the application. Our committee did not have an opportunity to look at that information because we did not think it was necessary to come to the staff's office to look for more information after the deadline. I also want to remind you that there were critical errors, including the location of the tower, in their expert opinions report. So even though you may not be able to consider what I have to say, you can take what's written in their own application and realize that it's not correct.
I don't guess there's any further discussion from the audience. Does anybody up here have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say that I've been on this commission going on 11 years, and I think this is one of the most well-prepared group of residences that I have been a part of, and I applaud you all for that. You have really done your homework. And having said that, Charlie, I'm going to go.
Why did I know my name was coming up?
You know, we have court systems for a reason, because people cannot agree on things, and I think this is a perfectly good example.
Well, actually, this is a good example. Gosh, I don't even know where to start. One thing I do want to follow up on King Offutt's comment that we wouldn't be here if there weren't some discretion, there weren't some leeway involved, and that's certainly true. But in order to offset the evidence that's been put in the record, you've got to have substantial evidence. It can't be mere opinion. But I think there might be some things in there that you do need to talk about and do need to think about. I mean, for example, and this, I've heard it now, I guess, probably 3 times. But for example, the wrong location being marked on the application, you know, the supporting documentation. We probably need to discuss whether that report is sufficient if in fact it does show the wrong location of the tower as part of the justification for the location being requested. Is that just merely the equivalent of a typo sort of thing, and that it doesn't really affect overall? I don't know. But you all have to certainly be convinced that that is in fact a substantial piece of applicant's information. It bothers me, and I'm not so sure that it's substantial enough either, but it bothers me that the person making a report about the value of properties never saw a Scott County property. Can you do some of that long distance? Sure, you can do some of that long distance. Can you do all of that long distance? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the board's got to discuss that perhaps. Mere aesthetics. No, that's true. The case law is very clear. Your opinion on what you want to look at and what you don't, that's not appropriate. We're not going to take that. That's not substantial evidence that can offset, the application. It bothered me that I don't know how many times it was said proposed historic area. Well, my house is in a proposed historic area, but it's not in a historic area. So I understand it. Mine should have been years ago, but it's not. Yours perhaps should be too, but it's not. So that doesn't get us anywhere. That gets back to, that's just personal opinion on maybe this mere aesthetics. I don't know. There's lots of talk about the lease and whether it's a good deal. That has nothing to do with anything. Whether he made the deal of a lifetime, whether it was the equivalent of a lot, who cares? That he's a property owner, he's got the right to make whatever good or bad deal he made. Verizon out to make money, God forbid. I can't stand large corporations, so puts Verizon right in that category. But it's none of my business. It's none of your business. It's none of any of our business. So that's not anything. So I guess the things that really bother me here that we probably ought to think about, that I think might be, although you talk about the courts are here for a reason, well, yeah, and I'm sure we'd probably end up exercising them, perhaps. But the errors in the map showing the studies, the location studies, that bothers me. The property values that didn't see any Scott County properties, that bothers me. Another thing. Staff report says clearly that this is not an environmentally sensitive area, but yet the way it's described, it certainly sounds like what the comp plan talks about as an environmentally sensitive area. Probably ought to think about that too. I think it's a very difficult point where there are certain agencies that will have to be satisfied with the wildlife and sensitive areas, so on and so on. And those things utterly supersede anything we can do. But at the same time, if our descriptions of sensitive areas are in fact what this is, then we need to think about that too. Anyway, so I guess number one is when Mr. Pike describes what federal law is, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that. Now, how it might apply to any one or two things, that's maybe something we need to talk about. But basically, and the most succinctly I can state it is, and I'm not always wild about experts either, I'll tell you that too. But the fact is, if you've got factual evidence on one side and opinion evidence, not expert opinion, not trained, et cetera, but just lay opinion on the other side, the federal case is very clear. One does not offset the other, period. Now, if that lay witness points out errors in the professional stuff on that side, well, again, we've got to talk about that. We might think about that. But basically, if the presentation is such that it's clear, there's a gap in coverage, this satisfies that gap in coverage, it doesn't do it in an unreasonably, over-the-top manner, and the opposing information is more of not in my backyard, and there's lots of things I wouldn't want in my backyard either, but that's not the way we can make decisions, then applicant wins. And I think it clearly wins, and if we say no to it, we go to court and we lose. But if supplement or supporting documentation and testing that supports the application is in error, well, then we need to talk about whether we can rely on that. Because you don't have to have an expert to show it's wrong if you've got a diagram and it's got the antenna in the wrong place. But there are also other places in that application, I'm sure, that have it in the right place. So that could be just simply an oversight that we can say, oh, obviously that doesn't control. But that's the thing you've got to look at. If they've proven their case, then the burden is going to be on everybody else to present substantial evidence, and that's evidence, I think it was defined in one of the cases, as evidence that you can substantiate, not just, God, I believe this, and I believe it strongly, and I agree. Of course, everybody believes that strongly. I love the vigor with which you all presented your case, and I've got to admit, I've been up here for 30 bloody years, and you all did do the best opposing job I've ever seen, and there's no question. But the case law is clear. To offset substantial evidence, you've got to have substantiable, evidence you can substantiate. You can't just simply say, please don't put it here, don't ruin our neighborhood. That's just simply not legally sufficient. Now, if I've confused things enough, I'll shut up, and if I need to confuse it further, just let me know.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Well, I'll say also that I think going forward with our new comprehensive plan, that we've got some people in this audience that should step up and represent this case. Some of you are very well qualified, could be a big benefit to the people working on this comprehensive plan. So I'd like for each of you all to consider that, or at least have a representative from your group to work with this planning commission on that. Because I'm sure we're going to have more applications like this in the future, the way Scott County's growing and everything. So now's your opportunity to speak up for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Smith.
I had questions for Mr. Pike and for staff about the one issue was brought up with some of this. Some of the reports were submitted after the deadline. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's not uncommon. Even this evening, you've been submitted documents that some of those aren't in the file. It's not uncommon for the commission to ask the applicants for additional information at workshop, and then they bring it to this meeting, things like that.
That reminds me, if I can throw out another horrible kink in this whole thing. The statute also says that you all must make your decision within 60 days, or wait a minute, or the application is approved, period. The only way you extend the 60 days is if they sign a written extension of it. They have signed a written extension, and it expires tomorrow. So we're good tonight, but we're not good. So for example, you can't say, let's see if we've got something we can correct, show us this, show us that, and we'll come back in a week or two. We can't do that.
So what you're saying, we have to prove it tonight, or it's going to be approved anyway?
I'm saying, I hope you guys got something to eat, because by the time we finish this thing, it's going to have to be now. We're not going to be able to continue it to some other time.
Do we have to do it within 35 minutes?
Before midnight.
No, I think it's the 15th. So no, we've got 24 hours and 35 minutes.
Can I ask a question?
No, just a second. So this application got filed in October. It got postponed twice.
Yeah.
So there's 60 days gone already.
Well, but I'm saying, unless the applicant has signed a written agreement, and we have. There's a letter in the record that extends it through tomorrow. So.
Who postponed it?
Shh.
Well, I want to cite for the record. I will get up the property that is marked as the
You have to come to the.
property
You have
is
to
my family's
come to the
property.
microphone.
So, My name's Jeannie Reynolds-Devers. I live at 206 Crumball.
Did you get
Please
sworn
sit.
in?
I'm swearing in. You want to swear me in, Mr. Perkins?
Do you
I
swear or
appreciate it.
affirm what you're about to say to be the truth, to the best of your information and belief?
I sure do.
And your name again, please?
Jeannie Reynolds-Devers. Okay, I live at 206 Crumball. I am a descendant of the Crumballs, okay, where this land grant was established from the King of England. The land that you used to mark your cell tower is in my property's family, okay? They said the Thornton property, that is actually my mother's property now, Margaret Reynolds, who purchased that from her brother, Charlie Thornton, her heired that when her mother passed away, which was Bess Thornton Crumball. So to state the record that was used to propose this coverage area was on our property, which is quite a ways away from this high cliff on the Burke's property. So I do think that should be addressed.
Can I interrupt you a second? Tim, I forgot your last name, excuse me. Is that the error that you were referring to earlier?
That the radio frequency report.
Yeah, showed the tower on her property instead of on, okay, I was thinking
Yeah.
that's what that was, okay.
And we were never contacted by Verizon about our property or the right of the cell tower. There is historical data that is filed here in the courthouse of our property, of geological measures, of sinkholes, several years dating back. But our property was never addressed, we were never issued, but you're using our destination on your map point to prove your point that's incorrect. And I just want to make sure you all knew who it belonged to, and my mother was not able to come, my father's very ill, so I'm here. We live on Crumball as well, so. I just want to state that for the record, it's not under the Thorntons anymore, it's under Margaret Reynolds, she owns the property.
So, if I could inquire, which report are we talking about with this stick ban?
It's actually your map in your book.
Which one?
There's a
Which tab?
Tim, could you point us out, please?
I believe it's the radio frequency report. It's either M or O, maybe even M.
And which page?
Could you guys get up to the microphone, please, it's on top?
I thought it was earlier than that.
I don't necessarily have to testify, I just have someone to point
Are you
out.
sure it isn't C? Because that's the one that's got the stick pin on it.
It is C. It
Yes.
is C.
Yes.
It is C. Okay.
The actual property's the one all the way to the right-hand side and at an angle.
Yeah, it's across the creek, and that is the Reynolds, Thornton, and all property, yeah. Okay, thank you.
About 2 inches to your right.
Charlie, I have one, I'd like you to try to clarify this. Expert opinion.
Oh, I don't have one.
No, my
I'm
question
sorry.
is.
Go ahead. I don't mean to
Let's say you cannot accept my opinions. However, what I have given you is very specific, very detailed locations in the comprehensive plan that indicate that this tower is not in agreement with that. Do not take my opinion. Take a look at those locations yourself. I do not believe he can tell you you can't make your own mind up and decide whether that is a fact or not. They are facts.
Well, Ed, just to answer your question, for the same reason that you can point out errors in their documentation, you can also point out provisions in our code.
Yes, sir. That's all
So
I'm
no,
asking.
that was not expert opinion. That was just, if you will, factual, because you were pointing out things that actually exist right
good
here.
portion of my
So,
presentation
no,
is
no, that's-
providing you with enough information so that you can ascertain that the proposed application is not in agreement with the plan.
Excuse me. Gotcha.
If I may go ahead while there, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Alpha, go ahead.
It's Dr. Alford again. I'm confused about this 60-day limit. Am I given to understand that in October, if I have that correct, that the applicant applied to planning and zoning to be heard, right?
Is that when it was, Matt?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and so they asked for a 30-day extension. And that was the start time for the 60 days?
No. The 60 days starts, I think, when it's the application's filed. But by written agreement, it can be extended. It was in writing through tomorrow. So it wasn't just a 30-day extension, it was whatever those number of days are, but it's through tomorrow.
Well, my point is...
In fact, I was reminded of that just this evening, so that...
They just bent you over that diocese there, I'd say, with that limit. But at any rate, I don't understand how that you can live with that. I mean, it's pass it, or we're going to pass it tomorrow. I mean, I don't understand how you can respond to that in one day. With all the deliberation that's gone here for 5 or 6 hours.
Well, all I can say is we have no choice but to respond to it in one day because it expires tomorrow and it's going to be approved if we don't, take action. So we just, that's my whole point. We're going to sit here and talk about it until we have a vote.
Okay, one last point. It's not, in preserving riparian area that's been supported by federal, state, and we've been through this, local funds, and we have the documents for that, is not just to preserve nature. It is to preserve nature, but it has been recognized as a riparian area for all sorts of insects, bees, birds, mink, fox, you name it, deer, and so on, that travel that corridor, the Elkhorn Creek corridor. That's how animals get from one place to another, is the waterways. And not only did we do that along the riparian area along the North Elkhorn Creek to keep the cattle out, but all the way up Miller's Run past my house. So we have fenced off that whole area for that very reason. And it was federally funded, state funded, and locally funded. And we have the documents.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I have a question, I guess, of the staff. I think Mr. Pike made reference to the fact that we have nothing in our ordinance related to telecommunication facilities. Yet later he, in his speech, I think Mr. Woodson in his speech, made references to somewhere in our ordinance that related to those things. So do we cover telecommunications facilities in our ordinance in any way?
I think in our zoning ordinance we do. I think they were referring to our zoning ordinance. In our comprehensive plan, we have general statements about historic areas, environmental sensitive areas, but they don't address specifically towers in those areas.
But the ordinances we do occasionally reference.
Well, we have, I think the reference was to the zoning ordinance section on towers, on telecommunications towers. I think that's what it was.
So the fact that we make no reference to such things is not correct.
In the comp plan itself, it doesn't address towers, tower locations that are appropriate in the county. It doesn't address telecommunications towers in the comprehensive plan. But in the zoning ordinance, there's a section that we've been referring to that addresses telecommunications towers.
Thank you.
John, do you have a question for?
No, that's my question was answered. Thank
Mr.
you.
Smith.
I have a question for Mr. Pike.
Go ahead. Mr. Pike.
Is it possible that Verizon or the company building the tower would be willing to locate that tower closer to Crumball Road, or is this?
Just 1 second.
Just wondering if there's any change in your coverage.
While he's doing that, could I ask a question? I guess for those that object to it being by the creek, would you also object to it being up on top of the hill? Would that make a difference? It would make no difference. Okay.
Yeah, listen, if you're gonna speak, we need.
Okay, I'm done speaking.
Just, they can hear you to get it on the recording, get it in the minutes. That's the only reason I asked you to come up to the microphone.
If they move the location, that would be a change in the application and couldn't really be considered. The overall concerns that we've expressed in our presentations is Yes, it's in an environmentally sensitive area for this application, and that's justification for you to not approve the plan. However, if they wanted to consider moving somewhere else, we would still object to that because it is not an agreement with the comprehensive plan because of the character of this area and how that our county has said areas like this that have special things in it, like the creek, the historic areas, the historic buildings, the scenic byways. Our county has said those things have value to all of us, and all of us have spoken clearly in that plan, and therefore, that's what we're telling you. This area is special to this county. It's not that we don't want it in our personal backyards. We don't want it in that location in our county. They could have put it in Mr. Mulholland's farm, and I suspect I would not be here, and you would not have had so much trouble with this proposition. It does not belong on this side of that ridge next to this creek.
Okay. Did you want to respond, Mr. Pike, to the moving of the location?
First type that up. That's the prohibition of service wind in federal court. Because at the end of the day, it's posed anywhere in this search area. And that underscores everything I've been saying. And we cannot prohibit service. There isn't anywhere we move this tower. If we move it further into this tract of ground, then we bring it closer to the people who are on Crumball Road. Is that what we want to do?
You also move it further away from possible riparian area, along the creek bank.
You know, at the end of the day, if first of all, let me note, we meet the requirements. We meet your setbacks. But if this commission wants to indicate that their approval is contingent upon moving this site in its current configuration 200 feet closer to Crumball Road toward the front of the property, we'll agree to that. But that brings it 200 feet closer to everybody who's across the road and brings it closer to the road. But if that solves this problem for you, we'll make that a stipulation. I don't think we should have to. I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's good planning. But if that's what you want to do as a condition of approval, we'll accept it.
I do have a question. This map was provided that says that it has Verizon 4G LTE coverage across that whole area. So if you have top-notch coverage already, why would you need an additional cell tower in that area?
Well, first that's scaled off of our website. I have no idea who prepared that.
It looks like it's off your website.
What we provided is the direct testimony of the engineer who has analyzed this. I have no idea who did that or under what terms, but you have the direct testimony and sworn testimony of an engineer who has analyzed it. I don't know who prepared that or why.
If I could point out, too, one of the federal cases specifically says you can't use pictures off the website.
Okay.
Because they aren't verifiable.
Off of Verizon's website?
Well, I don't think it was Verizon.
No, it is.
I
It's
don't
on
know.
the
No,
bottom.
I
I'm
know.
just asking.
I know who that is.
Okay.
I don't know which one the case was about.
Oh,
but you
okay.
can't do that because they're not scientifically verifiable. There could be lots of holes in that coverage, but you're not going to see it on the scale of, 1 inch to 600 miles. So.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I need to respond right quick.
All right, let's hurry up and wrap this up.
But at any rate, thank you for agreeing to 200 feet. But in deference to Mr. Wiseman's, Dr. Offit again, Mr. Wiseman's statement and question, why don't you put it at the top of the rise, on top of the hill? In that piece of property. Goes up, and it goes down the road. Comes up in the creek, goes down the road.
Thank you.
I'm hearing that it wouldn't make any difference to the people that are here. If we moved to the top of the hill, 200 feet up, clear to the top of the hill, we're still gonna be here. If we change the application, we're gonna be here doing this again. So that would not solve any problems for
So you can
for
put that
those who
in as,
object, if I understand it.
you said you could put that in as a condition, would you? You said
I
that could be put
stipulate,
in.
assuming that there's a vote and approval this evening on those terms, we'll adhere to it. And we'll move the site as currently configured 200 feet closer to the front of the closer to the front of this property and away from the creek area. I don't think we should have to. I don't think it's smart, but if this commission specifies it, we'll live with it.
Would you have to reapply on that, Joe, or
No.
you wouldn't have to?
No, one of the statutory provisions is we can suggest relocation. I mean, no, there's nothing that says we couldn't suggest that and they couldn't say okay. That isn't probably the best process generally that we follow, but no, we can certainly do that. In fact, it almost sounds like the statute's dealing with this situation because it's the same paragraph they talk about the 60 days and the whole bit. So no question we can do that if that's what the commission wishes to do. And of course, one of the things that would do, even though the bulk of the opposition would not change their mind at all with that 200-foot move, that would get it away pretty clearly from the riparian area, which would take a significant concern out of the equation.
Take 400 to get it up on top of the hill.
400 feet. Yeah. 200 feet would still leave it on the bank.
400 feet still would not alleviate your concern.
No, 400 feet to the top of the hill where it's not running back downhill. Trying to get to
But,
the top of the
but
hill.
you'd have to get over the top of the hill so that nothing could possibly run in that direction. But that's not how it defines riparian area in our comp plan. So, you know, we do have some constraints, even though some would willingly be thrown out the window tonight if we take a vote on it like that.
I'm not sure I can remember it since I walked over here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to sit down.
Let's, does anybody else got any more questions up here on the commission?
I just have a point. I think one thing, John Bell, Elmwood Stock Farm. It's one of the larger organic farms in the state, or maybe in the nation. Right? In the state. They've worked a long time to refine a system there. It's not easy to be an organic farmer. And Dr. Offit's done a lot of work on his farm as well to get, he's put a lot of improvements in, and all this kind of goes in the face of what they've done.
In order to make such a finding, you'd have to specify how that goes in the face of what they've done. One thing, again, that the law clearly requires is we have to specify what our findings are. And clearly, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you need to specify what, if anything, this project would have to do with the organic farm or with the office work to preserve the creeks. You can't just say, look what they've done across the creek, we can't do this here. No, you gotta say what the damage would be. You probably ought to say why that information is more important than what some of this other information is. The cases are really, well, they're almost ridiculous in how specific they are about the proof that we've got to have.
If there was an environmental professional here that could say that
that farm's
cell
going to be
tower-
damaged by this, yeah, that would be wonderful. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. That sounds way too one-sided. That would be effective. That would be something you could certainly consider and put on the opposite side to weigh. Yes,
But they're not.
that's the kind of thing you'd need.
Could the court decide that?
Oh, I'm really quite sure the court would decide that. And it's funny, in particular, the case out of Franklin County, you oftentimes read judges, and they're not always real complimentary of the evidence on either side. This was just so dismissive. It just utterly dismissive. And much of it was, I'm sure, is deeply held, but the court just said no. That's not substantial evidence, and it's mere aesthetics. It's whatever. No, you've got to be very clear. It's got to be in writing. It's got to have your reasons stated. It's got to have a foundation in the record. Period. And by tomorrow.
That brings me back to, is 400 feet possible to get to the top of the ridge? I don't know if that's I don't even know if that's a compromise that anybody'd be willing to make.
Well, it is in the preliminary development.
200 feet deals with this riparian issue. That's as far as we're willing to go. If we accept that it's within watershed, as Mr. Perkins already pointed out, then all the homes that have been built in this area are in violation of it. That's not the question. So we've made a reasonable accommodation that's going to require us to redo tons of engineering. It's going to cost us a bunch of money. We're prepared to do what I've offered, but that's as far as we'll go. Again, I don't think we should have to do that. And at some point, I would suggest we close the public hearing and the committee and the commission go into discussion.
Appreciate your suggestion.
One last comment on that.
No, we're not gonna go on no more. We're gonna stay up here now. No more public stuff. We're up here now. Does anybody on the commission have any more to say?
Rob, if I could suggest, just for clarity of the record, if you could just declare the public hearing closed.
Public hearing is closed.
Okay, now.
No more public comment.
Yeah, you all can discuss, and you can still ask questions if you need to, but public comment's over.
Does any of the commissioners have any more to say?
Well, since it's preliminary development level, and it has yet to be final approval.
Speaking to the microphone so Mary can get it on the record.
Yeah, Joe, help me with this. Since this application is still in the preliminary development stage, and it's yet to be up for the final approval, how far away are we from final approval on all the requests?
Well, we just have to do staff review of all the plans and get all signatures, so we're pretty close. I think they've done most of the engineering already, site engineering. Of course, if they move it 200 feet, they're going to have to redo all that, so.
But it would be approved with that.
I'm sorry.
It's going to be approved either with that amendment, moving it to.
Yeah, they would just have to submit all the plans and get all the required, signatures, certifications from all the required utilities or agencies that have to sign the final development plan, including us.
It'd be basically ministerial. Just going through,
Yeah.
making sure the records were modified and whatnot to reflect that.
I don't know about the other approvals of the, the NEPA or the, whatever it's called, the other federal agency approvals. I don't know if that would have to begin again, or, I don't know.
So what you're telling me is that co-location will not solve any of these problems right now. As far as your capacity and coverage, if you were to co-locate in 2 or 3 surrounding areas, that wouldn't solve the problem? Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what we've indicated, and we've submitted signed expert reports with no contrary reports. The only issue that's been raised on one of them is that a pin is apparently misplaced on one map, and certainly this expert would indicate that in no way affects the results of his report or his studies. And it certainly is properly placed on all the other maps that we've submitted, to the best of my knowledge. And we're already on a number of those towers. We've modeled them all. And that's the testimony, and there's no contrary expert testimony.
Does anybody else have any further comments or questions? Or I'm gonna make a comment, I guess. I'd like to thank both sides. Like Janet has said, both sides have given the best testimonies I think we've ever heard since I've been on here. I've been on here 6 years now, and I've never had so many people come in and testify so well and be so prepared to come in and do this. I've got friends sitting in the audience, but I'm sitting up here to make a decision based on what our ordinances say and what the law says. I don't mean to hurt nobody's feelings, but in my opinion, we have to do what the law says. On that comment, I would like to call for a vote on this application. Either a motion for denial or a motion for approval.
Before we do that, I'd say that, I don't know if you agree, Mr. Pike, but a year from now, I believe it might be a little harder to get a wireless communications tower in Scott County. And if you all take everything you know
I agree with that.
and put it in our comprehensive plan, you might have a little bit more to go on.
Charlie, I understand that we have to do what our ordinances says, but what bothers me about this is that you had some concerns on some different things.
I just believe there are some issues that I think you all could discuss. I mean, I tend to think the misplaced pen is probably more a misplaced pen than it is an indictment of the study. But that's certainly something that was properly raised and properly considered. The assessment of impact on property values and the like, I think it's ludicrous when you don't actually see the properties and all you're talking about. But I'm certainly not qualified to say you can't do that. We don't have any so-called expert opinions that go the other way, so that's something to think about, but it's probably not sufficient. The issues, and I think the most serious issues are the riparian areas. Well, of course, staff said that's not in one, but they've acknowledged they'll move 200 feet further, and that's simply not going to be within it. I mean, staff's already said it's not in it. That leaves us with the provisions of the comp plan that Mr. was it Tillotson? Yes, there you are. And I think those are bona fide questions to raise, whether or not what this application seeks is in violation of those things. And I guess all I can say there is that's why we have the plan to consider those things. On the other hand, we've got towers all over the area. We've seen maps tonight to do that. So if we're going to say this violates the comp plan, then we better have some specific reasons. Because the other 26 or whatever that number is, 29, they didn't violate the plan. I realize this is a special area, but that's one of the things Scott County is known for. We've got some special areas. So do we have special reasons, specific reasons we can say this is a violation where those other 29 weren't? Have at it. So what I'm trying to do is simply say, yes, there's some very good points raised, very good things for you to consider. The bottom line is the law says you better make that substantial evidence in opposition, because if you can base a denial on that, it'll stand. If you don't have substantial evidence, then all I can say is we're going to lose, and we'll just enjoy the ride, I guess.
I guess I'd like to probably make a motion. I'll read it because I've been writing it and editing it. Based on the application of what's been presented, I think the wrong location on the map, I feel lack of proof of co-locating, the use by the applicant of comments like we have to approve, we can't deny, and legally we don't have a choice but to approve. I think for Mr. Pike to bully this commission is unacceptable, and I make a motion to deny and defer to a higher court.
But the only specific you gave was just the misplaced pen, so
Well,
please flesh this out before we take a vote on it. I mean, if you're going to make me defend the thing,
Well,
at least give me something to
And I
defend it with.
think a lot of the other commissioners mentioned, I think the opposition had some great things that maybe at a higher court could be presented, whether it's the...
But you need to specify it in
Okay,
the
well,
action.
I can add that to it then. The sloping of the bank, 70 to 80 foot drops from the proposed tower site initially down to the Elkhorn Creek waterfall. I mean, we don't know, and like Mr. Pike said, that couldn't be approved without it, but maybe that is the higher court's decision and not ours. And so I think they've all worn all of us out, and I think just to defer it and make a motion.
What about that,
And
Charlie, sorry, buddy, but I agree. I think that was...
You've never considered being a vote yet? You're not going to start tonight.
No. But, I have been a very big proponent of trying to get our historic districts here in Georgetown and Scott County for real. It's a shame, I think, that we have not done it. And I've tried and tried. It's amazing the opposition that we have had doing something like that. Hopefully, in our upcoming comprehensive plan, we'll have a lot of you folks in with your great ideas to help get these things done. Then we won't run into these problems that we keep continually running into to put us in such a bad situation to try to come up with a educated, in such a short time, really. This has probably been one of the longer meetings, but it needed to be. But and then to put the demands on us to make such an important decision without having time to really digest all of the information that we've been given tonight. But I would like to just, but postponement I don't really like. I about said that, but I really don't like. I like to make decisions and go on. But Mark has brought up some very good points that I've had in my head throughout this whole proceedings too, and I agree. I guess they'll just have to take us to jail if we're voting against the law, Mark. But it comes a time, I think, that these things have to come up. And maybe this will hopefully bring it to more people's attentions on both sides. Both sides we can change the ordinances. We can change the law. If we do these kind of things and show up and vote, we can change the laws. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on going like it's going, and we're going to continue running into these problems that nobody really likes to run into. So I think this is a great opportunity to vote no.
I made a motion.
Is that a second?
I second it.
We got a second, Mr. Shirley. And we'll do a roll call.
All right, state the motion. What's yes and what's no?
A vote yes will be for denial of the application. Mr. Caldwell?
Yes.
Ms. Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Mr. Moran?
No.
Mr. Solsky?
Yes.
Mr. Wiseman?
Yes.
Application is denied. Thank you, folks, for coming out.
Mark, some not done yet, but use what you provided.
I just need to stretch my legs. Thank you. Holy cow. Janet.
Feels good now.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, get them on out. We got to finish up. Thank you.
Glad you voted your conscience. What everybody ought to do. Do the right thing and figure it out.
It's kind of tied with the law.
We still got a meeting. We still got.
It looks beautiful. I have
to get everybody out the door.